morning. First of all, let me thank you all for coming today. We are happy that so many of you are able to make it today. And for those who couldn't make it, you are welcome to follow the conference by WebEx. My name is Silvia Troncoso. I am responsible for AirOps in the Spanish Aviation Safety and Security State Agency. And let me start by introducing Mr. John Franklin to you. John and I will be conducting the conference today.
Thanks very much, Sylvia, and a huge welcome to everybody from the EASA side as well. It's great to have a full room. We had a lot of people who couldn't come, we just didn't have enough space, but we've got, I think, more than 650 people online joining in the WebEx, and we'll post the presentations that we can and all the material afterwards. So hopefully we're going to have a really great 2 days of discussion.
Okay. Why are we here today? Why were we in Austria 1 year ago? And why will we probably meet in a different city next year? Because we are really concerned about crew fatigue. Today, aviation is a 24/7 operation that produces a huge remember flight duty, extended flight duty, highly variable rosters, time zone changes. On the other hand, aviation fatigue and crew fatigue is a well-documented concern in industry. This is why we know that the effect of this fatigue can produce on safety and performance. But before going any further, let me introduce Ms. Montserrat Mestres. She is the Executive Director of the Spanish Aviation Safety and Security State Agency.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second conference of fatigue risk management organized by EASA in collaboration with EASA. We knew that the first conference held in Vienna exactly 1 year ago was a remarkable success, and we wanted to continue delving into this fundamental aspect in the aviation safety. Therefore, taking over from Austrian colleagues, it is an honor to welcome you today to our home here in Madrid, both to those joining us in person and those following us online from various parts of Europe and beyond. It is truly satisfying to see what we have reached full capacity for in-person participation, and that we also have a large virtual audience. As I mentioned, this demonstrates the great interest and commitment we all share toward this important topic. I would like to begin by extending my sincere gratitude to the European Union Aviation Safety Agency, EASA, for its support in organizing this event. For us, collaborating with EASA is not only essential in the context of fatigue risk management, but also in many other key areas of aviation safety. Together, EASA and EASA work to harmonize standards, share knowledge, and promote a safer and more efficient aviation sector across Europe. This joint effort highlights how international cooperation can be a powerful tool for addressing complex challenges and providing effective solutions. I am fully confident that collaboration will continue of projects for all. I would also like to extend a special thanks to the EASA team that has made this conference possible, particularly the ERCA Directorate.
Dice Carmen que le cambie la pastilla todo.
I
Y le ha dejado un saco de
am well aware that they have been working for months to ensure that we could all be here today and celebrate today. As always, they stand out for their dedication, professionalism, and commitment to the health sector. Now, focusing on the topic at hand, fatigue is undoubtedly a critical risk in aviation safety and demands our full attention. The primary objective of this conference is to advance in mitigating the risks associated with crew fatigue and reducing them to a level as low as reasonably possible. It is our collective responsibility to ensure we operate in a safe environment for all. In this regard, the high safety standards we have achieved in aviation are not the result of chance, but of the constant commitment of all sector stakeholders. Mitigating safety risks, such as fatigue, is a key factor in maintaining these standards and continuing to build a reliable and resilient aviation industry. Over these 2 days, we will address key topics that form the pillars of effective fatigue risk management. We will explore methods for implementing fatigue risk management systems, examine the importance of a safety culture, and encourages open communication and fatigue reporting, and highlight the essential role that training plays in mitigating the effects of fatigue on crew performance and well-being. Additionally, we will benefit from valuable insights from experts representing airlines, crew associations, and aviation authorities, who will share best practices and experiences in this field. It is important to remember that fatigue risk management goes beyond daily operations. It is an essential element of safety management system and plays a crucial role in preserving the high safety standards that define our industry. This collective effort not only protects crew and passengers, but also strengthens public trust in aviation as a safe and reliable mode of transport. Conferences like this are one essential for achieving these objectives, as they provide a unique opportunity to bring together all relevant stakeholders and fosters the exchange of knowledge and experiences, not only at a national level, but also internationally. I would like to take this opportunity to highlight Spain's commitment to establishing itself as an international benchmark in the aviation sector. Our country has repeatedly demonstrated that prioritizing safety is not just an obligation, but a fundamental pillar of our strategic vision. EASA, together with the Directorate General of Civil Aviation and other industry stakeholders, works tirelessly to ensure that our flight operations maintain the highest safety standards, positioning us as a model in safety risk management and the promotion of a culture of excellence. Before concluding, I would like to emphasize that this conference is not just a space for listening, but also for active participation, exchanging ideas, sharing challenges, and discussing best practices. In a sector as complex as ours, collaboration and open communication are essential. I encourage all of you to make the most of each session, ask questions, share your view, and above all, work together to find innovative solutions. Only by listening to each other and working as a team, we can move forward as a safe future. I am convinced that the reflections and lessons that emerge from this gathering will contribute to the implementation of more effective fatigue risk management strategies, and that in the long term, we can continue working together to ensure an even safer aviation industry for all. Once again, thank you for your presence and your commitment to aviation safety. I won't take up more of your time, as I know we have a remarkable busy agenda, so I will now leave with the true protagonists of today's sessions. Thank you very much, and I hope you will have a fruitful conference.
Thanks for that introduction. And just to follow up as well from the EASA side, if we could run the video, we have a welcome from our Executive Director, Florian Guillemets.
Hi, I am pleased to welcome you to this second Fatigue Risk Management Conference. I would like to start by thanking the team from EASA, the Spanish authority, for hosting this event. Thanks also to our EASA team who put this event together, and of course, all the speakers and panel members who will make this an exciting event for the next 2 days. Finally, thanks to you all for traveling from across Europe and sometimes beyond to join the discussion. Also to those who are joined online from all corners of the world. I am sorry that I am unable to join you in Madrid due to other commitments. The first thing I wanted to highlight is that the safety of every aspect of aviation operations relies on our people. People who are competent, operational ready, and fit for duty. This is why effective fatigue risk management is important. Flight crew need to be able to always perform to the best of their abilities. This event provides a forum to discuss this important topic. The focus is on understanding where the challenges are, sharing knowledge, good practices as well, and collaborating on practical solutions. It is my privilege to set the scene for your discussion over the next 2 days. This conference will be a dynamic exchange of knowledge, experiences, and vision for now and for the future. There is diverse expertise in the room, covering associations, airlines, safety teams, and frontline pilots, as well as other stakeholders who are key to those exchanges. The topic of fatigue is extremely complex and also, as we know, very sensitive. I am sure this is a subject that you discuss regularly in your companies and with colleagues and friends in the industry. Fatigue management is actually a shared responsibility between the operators, the crew members themselves, and the competent authorities. The operator should make sure that the duties do not lead to excessive levels of fatigue. This is done by using a risk-based approach that adheres to the prescriptive flight time rules. However, it is also built on that through effective fatigue management process, such as monitoring performance, analyzing fatigue reports, conducting surveys, and adjusting duties time where necessary. At the same time, crew members are expected to make best use of the rest opportunities provided and to report to duty as rested as possible. This is the same in all professional environments, not only in aviation. From an EASA perspective and from a regulatory standpoint, it is not acceptable for pilot or other crew members to be pressurized to use, for instance, commander discretion, which should remain an exceptional measure. Nor should staff be pressured to keep working while being sick, fatigued, or unfit for other reasons. Crew are well protected by the safety rules and even required not to perform duty when they are not fit for duties. The agency takes such matters very seriously. Together with national competent authorities, we continually monitor the situation across Europe and take actions when the situation needs it. We also have a number of safety actions to improve fatigue management in our roadmap for the enhancement of aviation safety, which is the so-called European Plan for Aviation Safety, or EPAS. This conference is about the methods and tools for fatigue management, fostering a positive safety culture and also fatigue reporting. I encourage you to actively engage in the discussion and ask questions or raise your concerns. The exchange of ideas between experts, practitioners, and enthusiasts is the heartbeat of the gathering. Take full advantage of the networking opportunities as well. Thank you for being a part of this fatigue risk management conference. I trust you will gain inspiration to ensure our operations are even safer. I wish you an excellent event.
Over the next 2 days, as human beings, for thousands of years, we get together around the campfire or whatever to share stories, and that's kind of what we're doing over the next 2 days here. We've got so many amazing experts from all over the industry coming together to share their experiences, to talk about some of the latest science and all of the things in this topic. So hopefully we're going to have some great discussions, but before we do, we always need a safety briefing.
Yeah. Well, first thing first, emergency briefing. In case of an emergency, there are 3 emergency doors which lead you to the courtyard, and from there to the entrance hall, and then to the street. Okay, the meeting point will be just in front of the building, Paseo de la Castellana, just in front of the building. Okay, so then Slido. Let's talk about Slido.
What we'd love is as much interaction as possible. So what we're going to use is the Slido tool. Hopefully, if you've been to a conference from EASA before, you've done that. Oh, there's the map.
Yes, there's
excellent.
the map.
So you can see where to go. If we can go back to the Slido as well now. So if you go to slido.com, or sli.do works as well. And then in the first box, you write hashtag fatigue risk 25. We'll keep putting it up on the screen. There's a QR code that you can scan on the screen there to make it all work. Now, one of the experiences we have from whenever we've had any events on fatigue, but particularly last year in Austria, and when we've done webinars in the past, is that we guarantee we will get far more questions than we can possibly answer. So what I would say is, before you write a very similar question, there's nothing worse than 20 almost identical questions at the bottom of the pile and a bunch of questions that aren't actually the most important at the top of the pile. So what I would say is, before you write a similar question, is see what other people have written and try and upvote those ones, just to make life a little bit easier. What we will do is we'll try and answer all the ones we can as we go through the different discussions, but we will take the questions away, and then as we do the follow-up afterwards, we'll put all the material, all the presentations that we can share and all of the other stuff, summaries of the discussions on our AirOps community site, and with a link from the AirOps page on the EASA website. So you'll get that hopefully certainly early next week, if not by the end of this week. All of that will be there to hopefully make things as easy as possible. And what we'll do is we'll take as many questions as we can and then follow up later with answers and hopefully share as much material as possible on that. So that's the Slido. I think we've covered most of the logistics. Anything else, Sylvia?
That said, time has come to get started. So as you can see from the agenda, there is a lot to get through today. So first item of the agenda has to do with the second effectiveness study of flight time limitation. So please, speakers, if you may go up to the stage. Yeah. Okay. As part of the ongoing efforts to enhance aviation safety and fatigue management, European Commission and EASA assess whether the current regulatory framework for flight and duty time remains effective in mitigating crew fatigue and ensuring operational safety. So John is going to introduce you the experts of this panel.
So yeah, and it's we start with a bit of a dream team. It's great to get so many experts. So we start with Alvin van Drongelen, who's a senior scientist for safety and human performance at the Royal Netherlands Airspace Association, Airspace Centre. I must get that right, for the NLR. We have Micaela Salonen, who works as a research manager at the Finnish Institute of Occupational Health. We have Dorothy Fischer, who's a senior scientist in the Sleep and Human Factors Research Group at the German Aerospace Centre, so welcome. We also have Torbjörn Ackerstedt, hopefully I pronounced that correctly, who's a professor at the Karolinska Institute at Stockholm University. And then Laurie Marsman, who's a human factors specialist at the Safety and Human Performance Department at the Royal Netherlands Airspace Centre, the NLR. So I'm going to hand you over, I guess, Albert, and you're going to start things off. So I'll hand over to you and let you run things from there.
All right. Can I take this one?
Yeah.
This one, if you want.
Let's wait for the slides. All right. Does it work? Can you hear me? Okay, all good. Welcome everyone. And now? Better? My name is Alvin. I'm the project lead of this effectiveness study, of which we will present several things today. It was already mentioned last year, actually, in Vienna, that we were going to talk about this study. So the time is here. FTL2 is on the effectiveness of the current flight and duty time limitations. And it is, as you might know, in addition to the work performed in FTL1, it's a study that was performed between 2017 and 2019. And we are going to talk later these days also about the effects that study has had. So in the current study, the FTL2, we performed an assessment on the impact on aircrew alertness of the following aircrew duty periods. Duties of more than 13 hours, duties of more than 11 hours in an unknown state of acclimatization, duties including high-level sectors, and on-call duties, and then more specifically, ordered in airport standby. And we also looked at the circumstances and conditions of controlled rest and the effect of controlled rest. For the first two flight duty periods, you need to know that we specifically looked at non-augmented duties. So the study was issued by EASA, and we had a consortium of different institutes, and you see the task leads of those institutes sitting here. So I'm happy they join me today. So from the Netherlands Aerospace Centre, as was mentioned by John already, Stockholm University, Torbjörn's here, Finnish Institute of Occupational Health, Micaela, German Aerospace Centre, Dorothy Fischer is sitting here, Daniel Esbech is in the audience, and then also Jefferson helped us out with several things, most of it also related to mathematical modeling, of course. Then we did not do it by ourselves. So from EASA, we had Emmanuel Isambert and Irina Petrova as technical lead. We had a technical, or we have actually, I have to say, a scientific committee consisting of Alexander Holmes, Barbara Stone, Christoph Tschitzer, on the methodologies, on the things that we write, on our deliverables, etc. And then we have every 6 months, we have a meeting with the Mirror Group. And that Mirror Group consists of about 30 people, representatives of member states, regulators, airlines, aircrew associations. And they also give us advice about the work we do and shed their light on the results. So the study actually has been running for more than 3 years now. So we started off in December 21, a little delay because of COVID, of course. And in the first 2 years, or the first year, I have to say, a year and a half, we started with state-of-the-art baseline, looking at what kind of target crew we wanted to include. And then in the second phase, as you see, we defined the scope and the methodology, but then we also performed the actual data collection. Lastly, the last half year, we performed the analysis as well on that data, and we developed the safety metrics. What you see on the right is that that's still in blue, so that is the current phase we are in, phase 3. We are at the moment merging the data from the previous project, which is FTL1, and elaborate on the final recommendations, for instance, regarding the suitability of the current fatigue mitigation measures. So we cannot present anything on those outcomes today. So the main thing we will describe is how we performed the data collection and what are the outcomes of the analysis that we did on that data. So we have a little delay, but I will go hopefully a little fast so we can catch up a little bit. So we have 6 presentations. So this one is the first, and we have a varied program, so about 10 minutes per presenter. And the idea is that there's room for a few questions in between every presentation. And hopefully, Rina told me that we really have to end at 11:30, so hopefully we will have time at the end to have a somewhat longer discussion after the last presentation. If not, if time catches up with us, we are here the whole day, and tomorrow as well. Maybe we will not be with at all presentations, but if you have any thoughts about the work we've done, about the conclusions that should be derived from it, please talk to us, have a discussion, so we might be able to take that up in our upcoming deliverables. So the presentations are as follows. So I will describe the data collection campaign, and then each of us will present results on their specific FTPs of interest. So the ones you see here lined up. So what I said already, so bear with us, we do not have any recommendations for the regulations at this time. So the methodology for the data collection campaign. So first we looked at eligible airlines within Europe, based on size, geographical region, transport type, and of course their willingness to participate, which is quite important, but also about their actual flown schedules. So we analyzed their schedules and looked at well, the FTPs of interest the study had to look into were flown by that airline. And in addition to that, we wanted to have high quality data, so that the conclusions that we derived from the data that we know that they are feasible and reliable. So we wanted to have a tailored procedure per airline, dedicated measurement equipment, so that all participants had the same equipment to use. And we wanted data collection over consecutive duty days for multiple weeks, so for a longer period of time. Also, what you see there is that I mentioned that we have within subject analysis, so that a participant do, for instance, an FTP of interest, so let's say 13 hours flight, and then also a somewhat shorter flight, so that we could compare the fatigue levels in those 2 situations. Lastly, we had a data collection app through which we could monitor the data coming in real time. So if someone forgot to fill in any data, we could contact them throughout the app or throughout email. So this is how it looks like. So we went actually to the airline with the point of contact of the airline. We decided on that tailored procedure. And there we instructed the participants either online or on site, preferably on site, and we handed over the phone with the dedicated app, data collection app, and the ActiWatch to the participants. And then the data collection started for 2 to 4 weeks, and the participants could look up, if they had any questions, look up the frequently asked questions on our website, or they could contact us directly either through the app or through email. So these are the regions where the airlines came from that participated. In total, we approached 36. 19 were willing to participate, and we could eventually select 8 based on the schedules they were flying. The measurement period took place between July 23 and July 24. So we had a full year of data collection. And you see that on the left side, which airlines we included for which FTPs of interest. What you might notice is that we do not have any special airlines included for controlled rest or for standby, because we collected data alongside. So controlled rest and standby data was collected alongside the other FTPs of interest. So this is my final slide. So you see, what you see on the right is the participants coming in. So we started with a baseline questionnaire, asking people if they wanted to participate within those 8 airlines, of course. So quite some people started with the baseline questionnaire, but not all of them answered or confirmed the informed consent. And also quite some people did not want to leave any email address. And we needed that to get in touch with them, for them to get and collect the measurement devices. Eventually, 278 were available for pickup, to pick up the devices. And from those, 226 collected sufficient high-quality data for us. So from that participants, on the left side, you see some characteristics. So there were a little bit more male than female participants, a little more cabin crew members than pilots. Most of them were working full-time. The far majority was in good health. They had a high average workability, so they thought they had the competence to fulfill their duties as expected. And what is also important, we think, is that the workload they indicated was about 80% of the participants indicated their workload was close to normal. So from that 226 participants, we collected more than 3,500 duty days with questionnaire data. So we collected fatigue ratings throughout the day through KSS, Carolina Sky Sleepiness Scale, and Semperelli Fatigue Scale. Performance data using the psychomotor vigilance task, sleep data, of course, workload data as well, and not to forget the flight and duty characteristics data. So based on that data, we conducted the analysis past 6 months, and I would like to invite Micaela to share his thoughts or his findings on the first FTP of interest. For the sake of time, I think it's good to proceed now with your presentation.
Is there point? Yeah. No. No point. Yep. Thank you, Alvin, and good morning, everyone. So my name is Micaela Sallinen, and I come from the Finnish Institute of Occupational Health. Okay, my first slide just disappeared. Let's see if we can. I just pressed one button. I hope it was not. Okay, oh, it's there. So in this part of our project, our focus is on FTPs longer than 13 hours, flown at the most favorable time of the day. And our main aims were to compare the level of fatigue between these long FTPs, longer than 13 hours, with the shorter FTPs, so 13 hours or shorter. And secondly, our aim was to identify the main predictors of on-duty fatigue during these FTPs. And we hypothesized that fatigue is higher during these long FTPs, longer than 13 hours, than during these shorter FTPs. And we also hypothesized that the FTP duration as such is a significant predictor of on-duty fatigue. And here we have some descriptive results of our participants and our FDPs. So we were able to collect a total of 33 FDPs longer than 13 hours. And they started around 10 o'clock in the morning on average, and they ended around midnight. And the duration was 13 hours, 31 minutes on average. And what is also good to mention is that if we look at these FDP types, early start, late finish, night, and non-disruptive, so daytime FDPs, we can see that part of these long FDPs, there were actually late finishes, 67% of them. And we also found that almost every 10th FDP in this category was actually a night FDP. And these non-disruptive FDPs, we found only in 24% of our data in this category. And then we had two other categories, and we used them as a control FDPs in this case. So FDPs between 11 and 13 hours and FDPs between 6 and less than 11 hours. And you can see that there are some differences in these parameters. And especially if you look at the bottom line, you can see that none of these control FDPs fell in the category of night FDPs. And what is also important to mention is that all these FDPs, they started between 6 a.m. and 1:29 p.m. and they included 1 to 2 non-augmented flights, and they were all flown in a known state of acclimatization. And if we next look at the results of fatigue, so in this presentation I will focus only on our KSS, Karolinska Sleepiness Scale ratings, but as Auli said, we also use some Pirelli and PVT research. So here you can see KSS ratings. First, if you look at the three leftmost bars, you can see KSS ratings given at the last dot of the FDPs. And this is our primary outcome in this study. And here you can see that the level of fatigue was highest for the longest FDP category and lowest for the shortest FDP category. And the same pattern you can see when we used all KSS ratings in our analysis, and also when we just picked up the highest rating per FDP and average over all these highest KSS ratings. And second, if we next look at the probability of high fatigue, which is defined here as KSS between 7 and 9 or between 8 and 9. You can see here that the probability of this kind of high fatigue was highest for the longest FDP category and lowest for the shortest FDP category. And the same holds true if we look at these KSS ratings from 8 to 9. And just to mention that this 0.40 you can see for this longest FDP here, it's about the same we obtained in FTL1 for long night FDPs. And then we run several regression analyses to identify the main predictors of fatigue during these FDPs. And first, if you look at the KSS level at the last dot of the last sector, we can see that the FDP duration becomes a significant predictor of fatigue. And if you look at more closely, we can see that the fatigue level is higher for this longest and for the middle category than for the shortest FDPs. But we didn't find any significant difference between the longest FDP category and the middle category. And also the number of sectors became a significant predictor here in a way that fatigue level was higher for 2-sector FDPs than for a single sector FDP. And also time awake was a significant predictor here. The longer the time awake, the higher the level of fatigue. And we ran a similar pathologistic regression analysis for high fatigue, so cases from 7 to 9, given at the last dot. And here, again, FDP duration became a significant predictor. The result is very similar to what you can see when we look at our analysis for cases as a continuous variable on the left. And also here, time awake became a significant predictor of high fatigue. But now the number of sectors didn't become a significant predictor. And in these multivariable regression models, we have age, crew, category, gender, number of sectors, FDP duration, time of day, time awake, and prior sleep as our predictors. So quite many predictors in the same analysis. And when we predict fatigue based on these multivariable regression models, when we pick up those fatigue estimates out of these models or results, we can see here that, again, the predicted level of fatigue at the last these FDPs is at lowest for the shortest category and highest for the longest FDP category. And the same pattern can be seen when you look at our prediction for the probability of high fatigue, SS higher, 7 or higher, at the last dot. Again, this probability is lowest for the shortest FDP category and highest for the longest FDP category. But there is no difference between the middle and the longest FDP category here. So to conclude, first of all, it seems that FDP duration is a significant predictor, fatigue factor during FDPs flown at the most favorable time of the day. And secondly, fatigue measured at the last sector's dot is at a higher level during these long FDPs longer than 13 hours than during these FDPs between 6 hours and less than 11 hours. But as I said, we didn't find any statistical difference between these longest FDPs and these FDPs between 11 and 13 hours. But this result may be due to insufficient data on these longest FDPs. If you remember, we had only 33 observations in this category. And finally, it seems that these long FDPs flown at the most favorable time of the day, they are often so-called disruptive schedules. So, for example, these longest FDPs, 67% of them fell into the category of late finish FDP, and almost every 10th of them were night FDPs, and only 24% of them were so-called non-disruptive schedules, so daytime FDPs, whereas in the shortest FDP category, less than 11 hours, 80% of FDPs were non-disruptive schedules. Thank you. Any questions? Later. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. All right, then we continue with the next part, which is on FDPs that are longer than 11 hours and are flown by crew members in an unknown state of acclimatization. As a brief overview, EASA defines 3 different states of acclimatization. They're all combinations of the number of time zones crossed and the time elapsed since reporting at reference time. And 2 of these states are known states, meaning the crew members either acclimatized to essentially home base or they're acclimatized to the new time zone at the place of arrival. But either way, they're synchronized. When the crew member is considered to be somewhere in between, the body clock has not yet synchronized to the new place, but time has elapsed since departing, then that is considered to be an unknown state. We don't know exactly where that crew member's body clock is synchronized to of these different time zones. So our focus is on the unknown state FTPs in this task. And the primary goal here was to compare different durations of the FTP, and we expected fatigue to increase with longer durations. In a second step, we then also wanted to compare an unknown state with a known state, and there we expected fatigue to be higher when the crew member is in an unknown state. And we also expected to be, there to be an interaction between these 2 aspects, meaning there is an increase with longer durations for both states, but the increase is steeper when one is in an unknown state. So there's this scissor effect, and that's really the interaction between these 2 aspects. So the main sample really only focused on unknown state FTPs, again, and that's important, per directive in non-augmented crews. And for that purpose, we had 21 participants, so it's a very limited sample size. Each of them contributed 1 unknown state FTP. And we looked at, just as Micaela did in his part, fatigue at last top of descent using the KSS scale. We also had Zamparelli. I'll focus on KSS here. And that means we just look at the level, whatever the rate, high or low at last TOD. And then in the second step, we also check if whatever they rated would qualify as high fatigue at last top of descent if they cross the threshold on the scale. That's the primary analysis. And then in the second step, we would add known state FTPs to compare if there was a difference between these states of acclimatization, but also to test for interactions between the state and the duration. And there we could increase the sample size a little bit. All right, so this is already the first result. We had a rather limited variation in our pool of unknown state FTPs. So most of them fall into the category, some latency, into this category. So mostly between 4 and 6 time zones crossed and between 2 and 3 days elapsed since reporting at reference time. So essentially, these are flights back from North America and the Caribbean. And importantly, the majority of them, so 2/3, were flown during the night. So it's a rather homogeneous pool. It's return flights, inbound flights, flying eastwards during the night. Not all of them, but the majority. So the first question was, does fatigue increase for these unknown state FTPs with a longer duration? And again, these are results based on our regressions, just as Micaela presented. So these are predicted fatigue levels based on the regression analysis. And yes, fatigue is significantly increased for FTP durations between 9 and 11 hours, with not much further increase for even longer durations. The next step was then to check if the probability of this being high fatigue would also increase with longer durations. And we saw a similar pattern. So the likelihood to experience a level of high fatigue at the last TOT increases with an FTP duration of 9 to 11 hours. There even is a further increase suggested, but that increase was not significant anymore in this analysis. And then we come to this second part, where we now add the comparison between an unknown state and a known state FTP. And a quick reminder, we expected there to be the scissor effect with a steeper increase, so the interaction, but it's not what we observed. There was no interaction with the state and the duration, meaning there is an increase, but it's the same both states. We did, however, see that an unknown state does increase the likelihood to experience high fatigue at last tot. So that was confirmed. It's basically an additive effect. You fly longer, fatigue is increased, fly in an unknown state, it's further. You may recall that the pool of these unknown states had a majority of nighttime flights. So we did try to, at least to some extent, try and separate these two effects of nighttime versus an unknown state. And there we did observe an interaction, meaning nighttime and early morning FTPs, so both encroaching on the WOCL, both appear to further exacerbate the effects of flying in an unknown state, meaning there we have this scissor effect. Simply put, if you have two bad things come together, they make for an even worse outcome. So you fly during the night in a known state, that increases fatigue. You do the same during the night in an unknown state, and it gets worse and worse. All right, so to conclude, for non-augmented crews that operate during the nighttime, in an unknown state of acclimatization, fatigue was significantly increased for FTPs that are longer than 9 hours or longer. We could not fully separate the effects of X-state and nighttime. For that, we would have needed more X-state FTPs during the day. But these secondary analyses suggest that an unknown state increases fatigue and that the combination of both an unknown state and encroachment of the WOCL further exacerbates it. All right, thank you very much. I think we take questions later.
Well, something is supposed to happen when I do that. Right. So this is about the high level of sectors. The main questions, of course, here is whether fatigue increases gradually with increasing number of sectors. That's the main task. And the secondary task is flying more than 6 sectors during an FTP associated with more fatigue than fewer sectors. We have about 77 participants, specially selected from operators that fly many sectors. We have 4.7 observations or FTPs per participant, so we have a few to choose from. And this is a mixed model regression, which might not interest you, but that's the main thing that we do all the time here. So this is the main result. The main result is that the number of sectors, we actually reach 9 sectors, but that's only 1 or 2 people. Anyhow, sectors definitely are associated with increased fatigue. I'll show you the graph later. And also FTP duration, which of course increases fatigue. And then we have sleep, which of course reduces fatigue. Now, age doesn't play a role here, not gender, not crew category, not time awake to our surprise, but this is a group that flies rather limited FTPs in terms of duration. Time of day, we don't have the nights here because these short flights, short FTPs, or the short flights, sorry, sectors, they don't really allow for night flights. People don't step on the plane at 1 o'clock at night. So there are a few factors which are significant in the other results, which are not significant here with the particular focus on multi-sectors. And this is, I guess, an even more main result. This is the progression of fatigue, the Karolinska Sleepiness Scale, across a number of sectors you shouldn't worry too much about the 9 here because very seldom it's reached with sectors. But we have a significant increase. It doesn't reach what we call the high fatigue level, not even considering the dispersion across the depression line. Of course, this is adjusted for all the other factors that we talked about. We also try to make a combination of sectors and FTP duration, since this is an interesting topic. And at the top, we have the number of sectors, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And at the left for the rows, we have the number of FTP hours. And as you can see, we indicated with red where we start to exceed the high fatigue level. And of course, that happens at a high level of sectors and a high level of FTPs that you might have guessed. This is the prediction of high fatigue. And as you can see, it's certainly an increase in high fatigue. If you look at the left, at the y-axis, you'll find that at around 6 sectors, we reach about 20% of the observations reaching high fatigue, which is a fair amount. And again, number 9 should not be considered here. It's part of the statistical output, but anyhow. And as you can see, there's a slight bend to it. It's a slight increase in the fatigue level. It's not really linear, but it's almost linear. One problem here is that with the high fatigue, FTP duration is no longer significant. Only 24-hour sleep is significant. This is probably because high fatigue is a one or nothing kind of thing. So we reduce the amount of variance in the data set, and therefore we get less power for FTP duration. But as a single variable, it is still significant. And when we look at the highest level of fatigue, which is very seldom reached, sectors and FTPs are not significant predictors because we have so few of these high fatigues, which is also, I guess, an important result. Just a note on the Zamperelli, I won't say much about it, but it's an extremely high correlation between the Zamperelli scale and the KSS scale. So you can use both interchangeably. And the conclusion is, as you might perceive, that fatigue increases with a number of sectors. Not all that much, but certainly significantly, and particularly at the transition into 6 sectors. 6 sectors are very unusual in general, but in the companies who do fly multi-sectors, it's not unusual. That's why they're selected here. And FTP duration also increases fatigue independently from sectors. This is very important. And I should add the considerable importance of sleep duration for fatigue. We really need to consider that when we discuss sectors and FTPs. So questions, but I suppose you're not supposed to take questions now.
So hello again. So I have a double job here today. In this part of the study, I will focus on other than airport standby. And here, our main aim is to examine the so-called 18 hours awake time cap rule. And according to this rule, the combination of standby and an assigned FDP should not lead to an awake time longer than 18 hours. And here our main question is, what is the association of awake time with fatigue during FDPs assigned during other standby periods? We also included some secondary aims here. So we had the same question about prior sleep and the sleep to awake time ratio. And also we have a question, do fatigue levels differ between FDPs assigned during other standby periods from FDPs scheduled in duty rosters? So here are some descriptive results of our assigned FDPs. So we were able to collect a total of 27 of them from both pilots and cabin crew. And these assigned FDPs, they started around noon and they ended around 7 p.m. And most of them were so-called non-disruptive schedules, so daytime FDPs. This is important to keep in mind when we look at next our results. And what is also important to notice is that the time from the beginning of this standby period to the notification of an assignment was only about 2 hours. So quite soon after the beginning of the standby period, they were called in. This is a scatter plot where you can see all our observations in a coordinate with the KSS rating at last sector dot on the y-axis and in this case awake time on the x-axis. And if you look at this kind of overall picture here, you can see that there seems to be no clear relationship between these two factors. And if we next look at what happens when we replace awake time with the amount of prior sleep, the amount of sleep gained in the past 24 hours, we can see that now we have a bit clearer relationship between these two factors. So the longer the sleep, the lower the KSS rating at the last sector dot. And also our statistical analysis verified this observation. And next, when we look at the relationship between KSS ratings at the last dot and the sleep to awake time ratio, and for this variable we have the time window of 24 hours used. Again, you can see a quite clear relationship between these two factors. So the higher the sleep to awake time ratio, the lower the KSS ratings at the last sector dot. And again, our statistical analysis verified this observation. And when we compared these FDPs assigned during these other than standby periods with very similar FDPs scheduled in the duty rosters of the same participants we have in this category of FDPs assigned during standbys, we can see that there is no difference in fatigue levels between these two FDP categories. So it seems that these assigned FDPs are, they are they are not more fatiguing than those very similar FDPs scheduled in the duty rosters of these participants. So to conclude, at least these daytime FDPs assigned during other standby periods do not appear to break this 18-hour rule, which is a good message I think we can take away from this presentation. Secondly, the self-ready fatigue during FDPs assigned during other standby periods seems to be associated more closely with prior sleep and prior sleep to awake time ratio than with prior awake time. But in this case, context is important to take into account that most of our assigned FDPs were daytime FDPs. And thirdly, self-ready fatigue levels during these assigned FDPs do not differ from corresponding FDPs scheduled in the duty rosters. And finally, I would like to emphasize that further research is needed to examine the effectiveness of this 18-hour awake time cap rule in the context of assignments which end late and or during the night. Thank you.
All right. Okay. So far we have mainly looked at different FTPs, but now I'm going to talk about something slightly different. I'm going to talk about controlled rest and specifically the conditions, circumstances, and reasons for pilots to use controlled rest. So within this controlled rest question, we had three main questions that we wanted to answer. So first of all, we wanted to look into the characteristics of flights, or FTPs, I should say, that have a high prevalence of controlled rest. Then the second one, what are the conditions, circumstances, and reasons for flight crew to use controlled rest? And lastly, is there a difference in fatigue between FTPs in which controlled rest is taken and similar FTPs during which no controlled rest is taken at all? So first of all, participants, we had 39 pilots out of the 102 pilots in the total sample that actually reported the use of controlled rest. So we only continued the analysis with the participants who actually used controlled rest. So on average, they were around 43 years old. They were mostly male, so 37 out of 39 were male pilots. And then the experience on average was around, let's say, 16 years. So as we see from the graph over there, we see that most people only used controlled rest once or twice, with only a few people actually using it more often during the measurement period. Right, so if you remember from the first question that I had, we wanted to see whether there was a difference between FTPs with controlled rest and FTPs without controlled rest. So in order to study that further, we matched from all the participants who used controlled rest, we matched the 80 FTPs that included controlled rest with 80 FTPs that did not use controlled rest at all from the same pool of participants. So we matched the FTPs based on the duration and the number of sectors flown during that FTP. So when looking at the first question, so the characteristics of the FTPs in which controlled rest was used, we found that time of day, and then specifically FTPs that were mostly during the night, eastward flight direction, more time zones crossed, and being in an X state were significant predictors of whether controlled rest was used or not. So those are just the analyses on their own, so not looking at other variables in the model, but when we do include other variables, we see that eastward flight direction, the number of time zones crossed, and being in an X state still are significant predictors. So only time of day, so the night flights, they fall off. Second question, the reasons for pilots to use controlled rest. So there were 80 instances of controlled rest reported, and there were 88 reasons given. So sometimes a pilot reported more than one reason to use controlled rest. And we see that the majority of them, the vast majority, around, well, more than a third, use controlled rest as a mitigation measure for fatigue. So this is exactly what controlled rest was used for, or is meant for, I should say. Still 25, so a bit over a quarter of all controlled rest included the reason to prevent fatigue that may arise in the future. And then there were some other reasons as well, but we won't delve into that. So the majority, let's say 2/3, are actually for the intended use when looking at the EASA guidelines. So there is quite some variation in controlled rest and how pilots used it. So when looking at the duration, on average, let's say 35 minutes of controlled rest was used. So that's well within the limits of, let's say, 45 minutes that is maintained by EASA. However, as you can see from the standard deviation as well, there were some instances that were actually longer than the intended 45 minutes. When looking at the amount of sleep obtained during that controlled rest period, on average, let's say 25 minutes of sleep, but as you can see at the top as well, quite a few, let's say 25%, included more than 30 minutes of sleep. And 30 minutes is what is in the guidance material from EASA. So most of them, of the, let's say, more than 30 minutes sleep are, let's say that they use the full 45 minutes for sleep. So not very long sleep periods, but still quite a while. Also, when looking at the KSS, we see that on average, after rest, they were asked straight after to report their fatigue levels. The average 4.8, so well within limits on average. But when looking at the graphs, we see that quite some people actually reported high fatigue levels even after controlled rest. But we do not know how long participants waited after the controlled rest period to actually fill in the questionnaire. So there may be either sleep inertia or some memory bias involved in these results as well. Sadly, we do not know. And the same goes when looking at the Samparelli, but we'll focus on the KSS here. So now the third question, quite interesting to look at the fatigue levels after controlled rest. So when comparing high fatigue and FTPs, between FTPs with controlled rest and without controlled rest, we see, first of all, that when you look at high fatigue across the whole FTP, that there is a significant difference between FTPs in which controlled rest was taken and FTPs in which controlled rest was not taken. So when there was more high fatigue during FTP, there was more controlled rest. So significant. But when looking at the last top of descent, we see that the difference is no longer significant. So as you can see from the graph, there's still a small difference. So there's still just a bit more high fatigue on controlled rest FTPs, but it's no longer significant. So this could point towards the effectiveness of controlled rest. So when looking at the different factors that are involved in this, when looking at them on their own, we see that time awake at the end of the FTP, the time of day, so again, nighttime time of day, eastward flight direction, and being in the X state are significant predictors of this high fatigue at top of descent. But as I said, this is just for the variables on their own. When looking at the larger model, so with other variables in the model, we see that only eastward flight direction, night, time of day, and controlled rest usage are significant. So to conclude, FTPs with controlled rest, they have a higher number of time zones, eastward flight direction, and they are in an X state more often. When looking at the mean duration, it's approximately 30 minutes with 24 minutes of sleep obtained on average, and more than a third of the controlled rest observations were to prevent expected fatigue. So not the mitigation measure, but a preventative measure for future fatigue. And then the last one, higher occurrence of high fatigue in FTPs with controlled rest in comparison with the matched flights of the matched FTPs without controlled rest. So as I said, this may point towards the positive effects of controlled rest in maintaining the fatigue. So I'll give the floor back to Owen, I think.
All right, thanks for sticking with us throughout all these presentations. I think we did rather well. We have 15 minutes left. So we can have a discussion. So I'm curious what the Slido will bring. Just to shortly wrap up. So, like I said, today, tomorrow we will be here. So yeah, find us, do ask us questions, and discuss with us on those findings we presented. In the upcoming months, we are quite busy to reflect on everything that we found and to draw up the final deliverables, which are due May 1st. As you might know, most of or all the deliverables will be available on the EASA website as well to be downloaded. So you can find them there. There are some deliverables already presented, which you can download, and more will follow when they are finalized and approved. And then we have a final dissemination event with the Mirror Group, which I described in one of my first slides on May 28th, and it will be the official end of this project, FTL2. So that's the work ahead. For now, I think the floor is open for discussion.
If you want to keep that one, and then we can pass the microphone down. So I know we have some questions on the Slido there, so maybe if we can put them on the screen. It's on now. There we go. It's working now. So I'm going to test whether I can see. Oh, they're on the screen here now. That's a bit easier. So if we take the one at the top, so the question was there any systematic selection bias with regards to the participating airlines? Were data from all types of airlines collected?
I'll take that one. Yeah, so we try to get a representative sample as good as possible. But like I showed, we were, of course, dependent on the willingness of the airlines to participate. So they were voluntary participations of the airlines. So yeah, but we do not have and it's also difficult to measure or to define, of course, if that is totally representative regarding low cost, etc. But at least towards geographic location, smaller, larger operators, etc. We try to have a representative sample as much as possible. But again, in the end, feasibility, so whether or not the airlines were flying the FDPs of interest that were of main interest of our study was most prominent. So that was the main reason eventually why we selected the airlines on.
So we have a next question now from Martin. How did the subjective data, the KSS, compare with the objective data? I don't know if it's easy to answer.
Well, the subjective data are far more sensitive to well, sleep and sectors and the flight duty period and whatever you can think of. PVT in field studies is very insensitive. I'll be very happy to continue discussing this. Okay.
Perfect. The next one, the question, the sample sizes are quite low for most of the subtopics. Are there any thoughts on how reliable the conclusions are, or how reliable conclusions can be drawn? Good statistical question, I'm sure.
Thanks, Johanna, for this easy question. No, but yeah, that's a good question, of course. And you might be able to see that in deliverable 2.1, in which we came up with the preferred sample size per FTP of interest. And it was not always in the end feasible to get to that sample size. So that might have affected the results. And as you might have seen also in the presentation, for instance, by Micaela, so where we are not sure of how generalizable the results are, we will also report that in deliverables. But I think it's important to note that yeah, we were really looking for the boundaries of the regulation. So, for instance, 13-hour or X-day duties of 11 hours, etc. And the fact is that we did not find that many operators that fly those duties. So as a result of that, we do not have an enormous amount of data on, although we did a good effort to find those operators and also to gather that data. So where we think that might have affected the results, we will report that in our deliverables, of course. But like always in research, more data, more research would be very welcome. Yeah.
Is that a positive thing that they weren't? I guess if every operator had been pushing at the limits the whole time, that would have been less positive.
Yeah, it could also be that the ones who do we were not able to include, right? So, but at least the ones that we found and that were willing again, do not fly that often. Yeah.
And I guess if you're an operator who perhaps is pushing boundaries, you're probably not willing to participate, less willing to participate. One could argue, but we won't open that box just yet. Did you ever? You were sort of had a follow up.
Well, I won't try to turn this into a discussion of statistical method, but what is a small sample size? If you have a questionnaire study, you need a representation, but if you do field studies, you get along with far less than the number of participants that we have. We have in most of our analysis, which are regression analysis, above 100, which is a fair size of a sample. It's not representative of East and West and North and South. That's absolutely true. But then on the other hand, the EASA's regulations are supposed to apply to everyone. Right.
Interesting. If we come to the next one, if we can get the top one, tick that off the list. But the next one then, how was workload measured?
Max, where are you? I don't see you. No, but workload was measured through a rating scale mental efforts and through NASA TLX. Yeah, that was it. It means of two reliable validated questionnaires. Yeah. And we asked at the end of FDP. So when blocks were on, we asked the participants to rate their workload throughout the whole FDP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Is there a way to, we got it selected to recent, is there a way to do the most, but then tick the ones that we've been done? So if you do popular, and then if you use the tick in that line there, you can see it, to tick the ones that we've done, no, to the right, there's a tick to the, that's it. We've answered that one, the subjective data, so if we could tick that one. Selection bias, so we covered that one. The next one is another one from Johanna. You compared longer and shorter FDPs starting in the morning, noon. Did you consider comparing also to shorter duties ending around the same time, such as midnight?
Yes, we used in our statistical model time of today as one of the predictors, and that was based on FDP start time. Is that? Yes, just to double check. So in that way, we take into account this time of today factor, but it's true that this data could be analyzed from another perspective so that we could have kind of subcategories based on FDP start time or FDP timing. But then what happens is that we lose a lot of statistical power, but some descriptive results could be produced, and that's good to keep in mind when we prepare our deliverables. That's a good point.
Interesting, thanks. The next one, were there any ACMI operators considered in the research? So rather than operators perhaps operating for other airlines and that kind of stuff, I guess not.
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with ACMI, so.
So wet leasing and so where you've got flights perhaps being performed for one airline but being operated by another operator on a lease or. whatever?
I'm afraid not. No, I'm afraid they were not considered specifically. No.
Okay, cool. So the next one, no difference in fatigue at the time of day with the controlled rests. Does that mean the controlled rest provides a short-term benefit but not long-term recovery?
Yes, I guess at least the first part. So we do the data does suggest that controlled rest may be effective in reducing fatigue short term, so within that FTP. But from the data, we can't really say anything about the long-term effects of that controlled rest period, sadly. So.
Cool, thanks. The next one, what is the theoretical background for creating the 3 separate FTP classes, 6 to 11 hours, 11 to 13, and 13 plus?
I'm afraid we didn't have any theoretical background here. We rather had a kind of practical. Is it working? Yes. Okay. So first of all, we were interested. Our primary FDPs were these, or FDPs of interest were these that were longer than 13 hours. And we wanted to have a control FDP category that would be very close to this category of our main interest. So that's the reason why we have this category between 11 and 13 hours. And the practical reason for having this 2 or 3 hour time window here is that we wanted to have enough observations in this category. And we also wanted to have a significantly shorter FDPs included in our analysis than these FDPs longer than 13 hours. And that's why we selected these FDPs from 11 to less than, from 6 to less than 11 hours. We didn't want to go to any short FDPs because they are quite different by nature, but before we ran our final statistical analysis, we also tried different ways of categorizing these FDPs, and actually the main results remain quite similar. So it seems that the way we categorize these FDPs didn't matter so much in terms of our final result.
Sorry, if I may briefly add, because we also have 3 categories in the X-state FTPs. So the upper class was predefined more than 11 hours, and then the lower category between 9 and 11 hours was also kind of arbitrarily chosen. But within the category, we tested where the increase would start, and that came out as 9 hours. So it was not at 10 or 10 and a half hours, it was at 9 hours. So it was mostly practical, but then tested statistically whether that cutoff made sense.
Yeah, interesting. So if I go to the next one, maybe we've got time for one more. Are there any plans to do equivalence testing in addition to regression analysis to confirm no statistical differences in fatigue levels between duty types?
Am I stuck with the microphone now? Would you like to answer?
No, I don't have an answer. Just have to give the mic to someone. No. This is an interesting alternative, and there's a new development in clinical medicine where we do a lot of that kind of stuff. But that's a good thought. It never occurred to us because we're not used to that type of testing, but certainly it's an interesting point. So if EASA asks us, we might have a look into it.
Okay, thanks very much. So if we can give our panel a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. And if we change over now to the next panel. So yeah, so So we have the first poll while we're doing the changeover. So if I let this panel escape and we start getting the next panel to come up, if we can flip to the poll so that you all have an exciting question to answer. There we go. Not that question. There'll be another one in a second. It's a really basic one. We like to start easy. There we go. So provide one word that comes to mind on the topic of FTL. It's always interesting just to kind of see what people are thinking before we start these, really get into these discussions. So we have safety, that's always good in green as well. We didn't set it up like that. Fatigue, rest, complex, I think that quite well sums up this challenge. Limitations, stable rosters, sleep disorder, complexity, performance, shared responsibility. Lots of interesting, I think there's nothing there that makes us go, ooh, that's unsurprising. I like the fact that one person's obviously repeated the hashtag for the Slido. That's good. Very important issue. That gets right to the point, that statement. But it's interesting just to see, and we'll keep that up and see how it evolves. We've got nearly 100 people answering that, so that's good. Cool. Okay, well, we'll leave that running, but Sylvia, if you want to introduce our next panel.
Our next agenda item has to do with the implementation of disruptive schedules. Well, in December 2023, it was published the European decision, which includes the outcomes of the first FTL effectiveness study. So we will focus right now with our panelist speakers on the mainly late finish and night duties. So we have with us Transavia, EasyJet, INAC, and EASA. So Irina Petrova works in EASA. She is the technical lead of this second effectiveness FTL studies. Also, she's of course, FTL expert, and she has been involved in several FTL projects, including rulemaking tasks. Then we have Flavio Santucci. He's the flight ops and flight crew inspector of INAC. INAC is the National Competent Authority in Italy. He's, of course, an FTL expert, and he has a lot of type rating helicopters and aircraft, so I can do. He has also a degree in science and technology of transportation aviation. Then we have Nidia, I think is you, okay. Nidia Van Dijk, is it good, from Transavia. She's a cabin crew, an FTL expert working for Transavia. Cherry Butler, okay, Cherry Butler works in EasyJet. She is a fatigue risk manager, management, compliance and training in EasyJet, FTL expert, of course, and she has been involved in fatigue risk management since 2003. She's also a cabin crew and cabin manager and holds a PPL. Okay, so the floor is yours. You can, if you want to talk, you can use the micro on the table. You have to push the button and you can to speak up. And this one too.
Hello. Okay. Well, my name is Irina Petrova, and I'm an air ops expert at EASA. So I'm here today to talk you through disruptive schedules and the concept and rationale behind appropriate FRM. But before that, I would like to, in order for you to be, to facilitate your understanding of where appropriate FRM is in the whole system, I would like to present the overall picture of our the fatigue management concept under Regulation 965, which is our AirOps regulation. So under operator management system, we can have fatigue management, but also some other functions like crew management, fleet management, financial, human, training, so forth. Fatigue management is a very important component. You know, all components, they work together, they interact at different levels. Fatigue management is has one part that is a general one, I would say general responsibility, and one part that is that accounts for a risk exposure and the type of operations. So the risk exposure can be further achieved either by an SMS system or an FRMS system. The general responsibility, I won't stop here discussing very much. I know I assume you know very well. So it has pairing and rostering, management of non-roster induced fatigue, operator responsibility under our FTL 110 are also a good example of what general responsibility might be. All components must be based on science, scientific principles, and shared responsibility principle. Fatigue risk management is as I said already, adds a additional dimension to fatigue management because it accounts for the risk exposure. It involves two systemic approaches, SMS, FRMS, as I said. Further, SMS is associated with prescriptive implementation of the regulation and FRMS with a more flexible performance-based. The safety management system is mandatory in Europe and it's defined in Orogen 200. It may be used for fatigue risks that do not require fatigue risk management, FRMS. Because fatigue is one of the possible safety hazards. However, with the SMS system, the operator does not collect systematically fatigue data unless an issue has been identified. So all the activities related to FRM are sort of post factum or reactive. And the operator uses a reactive tool to identify fatigue hazards, such as fatigue reports, which are and also other, of course, which are made through the existing channels of reporting safety issues. The FRMS, it's defined in ORO FTL 120. It's a separate system from SMS. It uses the entire toolbox of reactive, proactive, and predictive tools, and more importantly, it's used prior to doing something outside the limits, not reactively like the SMS. It's mandatory in two cases, and according to the regulation, the two cases are crew member in an unacclimatized state on longer FDPs and reduced rest. However, operators are free to voluntarily implement or start implementing an FRMS because FRMS is not something that you achieve from today to tomorrow. It's a long-standing effort and requires a lot of resources. So it makes sense when you're operating outside the limits or when you are deviating from existing requirements. So what is appropriate FRM? Appropriate FRM is not new. it existed already under CS FTL 1 205. It existed for night duties shorter than 10 hours. Longer than 10 hours. So, yeah, and now with the amendment we did almost a year ago, it was briefly mentioned by Sylvia. This amendment introduced appropriate FRM, actually enlarged the scope by asking the operators to apply appropriate FRM to all night duties and late arrivals. So this was based on a study, the so-called FTL 1. So this predates the decision. Yeah, 2018, 2019 was the study was run during this period. So the conclusions were that there is a very high probability of fatigue at top of descent during any night duty, not only those shorter or longer, whatever, any night duty, and also late arrivals. And also the study recommended that we differentiate between three subtypes. And the subtypes, you can see them here. So, appropriate FRM. It may be achieved by an operator who has an SMS, but also an operator who has an FRMS. So the goal can be achieved by the two approaches. However, I just to add here that for a SMS system, it needs to enhance a bit the predictive function, because under SMS you don't need to do predictive studies. Actually, here you have to do some predictions you have to employ some predictive tools in order to achieve the goals of appropriate FRM. So all starts with the hazard identification. So the operator using their ID process, hazard ID process, their SMS or FRMS, they shall analyze the rosters, including night duties and late arrivals, as well as combinations involving such duties. Using reactive parallel, the whole toolbox, night duties are ranked based on their start and end times and the probability of occurrence of high levels of fatigue at top of descent. So you have to know that all the tools, either reactive, proactive, and predictive, they assess fatigue from different perspectives. So everything is good for the purpose, and the more data you gather, the better. Why we have the prior sleep-wake model included in the decision? Because this is a simple model, very easy to be used by crew members. It does not require investments. Once the crew has calculated for themselves, how much sleep they have had, or how long it is from their last sleep period, they can report to a superior or supervisor, but they need to have a threshold. So the airline needs to establish thresholds according to the work risk profile. So what we need here is an operator defining the thresholds, also the procedures to report. And also, this is not the only tool that can be used. So if you have more sophisticated, of course, you are invited to do so. It's just the simplest one. It's just to refer to the science, it combines two physiological processes, circadian and homeostatic, and it predicts fatigue based on the interaction between the two. So it's fundamental, it's basic, but it's fundamental for many other studies, scientific studies on sleep deprivation, and also very many biomathematical models use this, the concept of it. Well, once the hazard is identified, we need to assess the severity or likelihood of risks it poses. And then, of course, a decision has to be made as to whether or not those risks need to be mitigated, if at all possible. ICAO risk matrix can be used for this purpose, but it's not tailored to fatigue, so operators can they can customize this matrix for their purposes. So here are some, sorry, ideas, for example, how to translate ICAO risk severity categories into PSS or SP, because this is important for the risk assessment. Okay, so if we're going back to the 3 subcategories, let's compare them. It's purely theoretical. It's there are scenarios, 3 scenarios, in which the pilot wakes up and begins duty during the WACL, the first scenario. The second one, the pilot is already working through the WACL. So duty started before 1:59 and ends somewhere in between 2 and 5:59. And the third scenario is a pilot is awake for the entire WACL and then continues working beyond 6 o'clock. So if we compare every factor, fatigue level, circadian disruption, alertness at start, alertness at end, risk of microsleeps, recovery sleep quality, we can see that all 3 scenarios lead to a significant fatigue, but scenario 3 is where the longer duties with the longer duty that extend past 6 o'clock cause the most extreme impairment. So this scenario 3 is causing a most extreme impairment, but this is theoretical. So here you have to apply all your possible data you have collected in order to not only to see how much fatigue somebody has, but also how this impairs, how this impacts the performance. Operators can use zero methodology. This is very good because it accounts for likelihood, severity, and it can assess the risk level. So, for example, today I present a risk matrix that assessed the scenario 3, which was in the previous slide was assessed as the most critical. So it's high to extreme, the fatigue level for all of them, but in order to so here, in order to reduce the extremity, the operator needs to apply mitigations. That's what the system tells you. You cannot continue without any mitigation. You have to apply mitigations here. Another option is to apply a fatigue factor assessment and mitigation table, well described in ICAO Fatigue Management Approaches Manual, document 9966. So I won't discuss that here. I would just want to say that this is a good approach, good table. Why? Because it is tailored to the aviation. This is exactly what people in aviation, the risk managers, should consider when they are assessing the risks, because it accounts for 4 factors that are really known to contribute to the onset of fatigue. And finally, you get a value, a fatigue value that tells you whether you continue this way or whether you take measures or you don't do anything and you just don't do the duty. It's also possible. Why are we insisting on analyzing the rosters, not only for a single duty, but also combination of duties? Why so important? Because this is how the risk exposure and the risk becomes more visible. So here it's a comparison, another theoretical, of course, comparison between a single night duty surrounded by rest periods and a sequence of duty combination of disruptive duties with minimum rest among them. So in all aspects, is the single duty much more beneficial to crew members because it accounts for, the rest. You have the rest period. You're well rested before the duty, and you have recovery rest afterwards. So of course, minimum rest in between the duties could not provide any recovery. What avoidance barriers are recommended when rostering a single night duty? Here are 3 of them. So, placing after an extended what barriers can be applied to combinations involved disruptive schedules. The operator can avoid blocks of mixed duty. Well, is one and the same. This is less fatiguing than when you mix early, late, and so on. The operator can start a block of duties with a shorter FDP. It's also scientifically proven that this is the good approach. Mitigation measures. The operator can communicate on the use of available rest facilities at the main base, promote the sleep opportunities, the best use of sleep opportunities, where possible, provide suitable accommodation at or near the crew reporting point, and so on and so forth. What individual strategies we recommend at the individual level, crew members level? Optimize pre-duty sleep the day before. Take a strategic nap in the afternoon. Avoid caffeine, alcohol, or heavy meals before sleep, and so on and so forth. Maybe also gradually adjust prior bedtime and wake time. So when you do all this, you deserve an Oscar for the best aviator, best aviator, not actor. So, sorry. Here, plan recovery sleep post shift. And the one before, I'm sorry, I skipped some. I have to be, I took more than the necessary. Yeah, thank you very much. This ends my presentation.
Hello, everybody. My name is Flavio Santuccia. I'm from Italy, from Italian authority, ENAC. I will follow the line of Irina on my presentation, talking and focusing about crew member responsibility in this FRMS. As we said, in 2017, EASA launched this research study on the effectiveness of the FTL rules. And 2 of the topic, as we said, that were focused was on duty on more than 10 hours at the less favorable time of the day, and disruptive schedules. The final report was published in 2019, and the new CS, the new rule, was published by EASA in the decision 2023, number 23, December 23, and applicable from April 24. So it's been almost 1 year. This is the decision that was issued by EASA at CS FTL level. So before the decision, as we saw, the appropriate fatigue risk management measure were supposed to be implemented by the operator for when the duty was night duty for more than 10 hours, and after the decision modified the CS in order to apply appropriate fatigue risk management measure for all night duties, regardless of the time, and for late finish duties. So what is a disruptive schedule, actually? The disruptive schedule is a crew duty schedule which start, finish, or encroaches any portion of the day-night, which disrupt the sleep opportunity during the optimal sleep time windows. So make it simple, when we're supposed to sleep, we work or we fly by nature. In this slide, I represented in a snapshot what the rule intends for disruptive, including the two types of schedule, which each member state decided to choose in 2016 when the RFTL kicked in. So majority of European states choose early type, as we did in Italy. In this case, as you see from the red bands, the disruptive schedule is considered when encroaches in the late finish 23 local time. Night duty disruptive schedule is when encroaches the blue band from 2 to 4:59. This is just to recall in a snapshot what the rule says. In this, as we saw before, the CS was modified to include appropriate fatigue risk management for all night duties and for late finishes. So what are these fatigue risk management measures? Is a set of principles and tools that support the operator and their operational personnel in managing particular fatigue hazard and associated risk. Throughout safety risk management could be this measure can be implemented by the safety management system of the operator in case the operator doesn't have a fully fledged FRMS system. So as an authority, we expect that the operator, in case of disruptive schedule, implement stronger, more appropriate and enhanced measure to mitigate the risk in those kind of schedules. So under our Gen 200, fatigue needs to be managed by the management system of the operator. And as I said, need to be reinforced, the measure, in case of those schedules. One of the most important phrases that we see in the rule is this last one. Fatigue risk management is a shared responsibility between the management personnel and the crew members. In the next slides, I would like to focus the responsibility of the crew members. As Rina was saying in the quick slides, crew member responsibility means obtain sleep as close as possible to the start of FDP to optimize alert during the night duty. Obtain sufficient sleep before duties. The best mitigation for fatigue is sleep. And manage personal free time before duty. It's scientifically proven that being awake for more than 18 hours can impair the performance of the persons, similarly to a blood alcohol concentration of 0.05, which is over the limits in Italy, for example, which is 0. So these are three important things. Commuting. This map is not by chance, but represents the location from where the crew member used to travel to commute for the flight 3704 in 2009, February, 16 years now, crashed in Buffalo, the Dash 8. Captain was commuting from Florida. First officer was commuting at night from Washington State without having a rest facility in Newark, which was their base. They were sleeping on the sofa, on the couch of the briefing room. 50 lost during the crash, and fatigue was a contributing factor. So they were commuting under their own responsibility. Acquire greater personal awareness on rules and operator procedure on FTL self-training. Know your right and your obligation. Be aware of the procedure report in the Operation Manual Chapter 7. This is very important. As a normal citizen and as a crew member, we need to know our right and our obligation. We had experience of people, crew member, they just don't know how to look at the rule. And this is a very important responsibility to know the rule and to find where it is. And also the procedure of the operator. And then we have the departure culture. It's a very big responsibility for the crew member to write, to report any significant event on FTL. And then this one is very normal, not performing duty on aircraft when unfit due to fatigue, and be well aware of operator unfit to fly procedure. This is very important. Sometimes people don't know how to deal with unfit to fly procedure, so how to manage this situation, and they rather hide it instead of showing it. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Wait,
yeah.
wait. They will, yeah.
Okay. Hello, my name is Nidia van Dijk. I'm working for Transavia Netherlands as a fatigue specialist, and I'm here to tell you something about our FRM. First of all, I will tell you something about Transavia Netherlands. We have 46 aircraft, 6 Airbuses and 40 Boeing at the time. Our destinations, actually this picture is Transavia France and Transavia Netherlands together. But as you see, we have 3 bases out of the Netherlands, Amsterdam, Rotterdam and Eindhoven. And we fly mainly holiday destinations in Europe, Northern Africa and Dubai. We have about 3,000 employees, 750 cockpits, around 1,300 cabin crew in summer and winter, it's different, and 200 maintenance. So, fatigue risk management at Transavia. We started in 2016 for the appropriate FRM of night duties longer than 10 hours. Irina already spoke about that. And we started using the tool SafetyFast to do that. In 2021, we have the FSAC founded, and at the end of 2023, it's already talked about the appropriate FRM for late finish and night duties came along. So we thought of a plan how to handle that. And we soon came to know that it's a lot of work. So we had a fatigue specialist, which is me, from June 24.
And then at the end of 2024, a safety fast introduction of night duty metrics. So we could measure the new late finish and night duties. So our plan, this is our plan. And in the blue, in blue, you see our planning department, from network resource planning to schedule and resource optimizing, to rostering assignments. Rostering and assignments, they make the rosters and they publish the rosters, and then on to tracking and control. Now, with what we did before, with the night duties longer than 10 hours, you see in the red arrow, we used safety fast analysis before publication. And that's what we did before. And now we use safety fast throughout our whole planning department. So we start already in the network and resource planning, which means that, for example, in December, I already analyzed summer 25 in safety fast. And so we go about it in the whole planning department, except for tracking and control. But after execution of the flights, we analyze the rosters again in safety fast. And so we gather a lot of data, and also, of course, we have fatigue reports, not fit reports. We have dashboards to do that, and we can use proactive fatigue data collection. And with all this data, we advise and give input to the FSAC. If decisions or mitigations need to be made, then it will be made in the safety review board. So for those of you who work with Safety Fast, we use the threshold of 75% effectiveness. We use an auto marker top of descent 30 minutes before landing. When the score is between 75 and 70, I make a decision whether mitigation is necessary. And underneath 70%, we do not publish rosters. And we use the standard aviation template settings. So, of course, we have already first learnings, and one of the most important is that we need to improve roster patterns. What you see here in blue is a roster pattern for cabin crew rosters. And the last flight is a type 2 night flight. And we see that if we put evening flights before that flight, then the scores in safety fast go up. So we have much better scores than if we don't use roster patterns. So this is a big improvement. And we actually didn't get any fatigue reports on these rosters. So we use this to continuously improve. Now, how do we achieve this? We formed a working group, and in this working group are participants from every part of the planning chain. We come together every week, and so we want to create a feedback loop and continuous improvement. Now you see all happy people here on this picture, and I can assure you they're not always so happy, because the planning department is under a lot of pressure usually, and they have another thing to consider now. We have, of course, future ambitions, and we would like to have a tool for tracking and control. And furthermore, we want to continuously improve so that the avoidance of fatigue is fully embedded in the planning chain and the risk of fatigue is reduced. And the questions come later. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions later on. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Cherie Butler. I'm here from the EasyJet FRMS. You may remember that we did speak last year in Vienna, so it's a little bit of a continuation from that. And this time round, I've brought Martin Hughes along with me, who will present a little bit more later. So I'll try not to steal too much of his thunder. So just a little bit of an overview of the FRMS at EasyJet. So the Director of Safety, Security and Compliance has an independent reporting line into the Chief Operating Officer. We then have a head of FRMS, and then I am the Compliance and Training Manager, and I have 4 people reporting to me, and we do all of the FTL compliance, but we also do the FRM training as well, you may remember from last year. And then I've got Martin along with me, who looks after the fatigue investigators, the development analysts, and the biomathematical specialist. And then at EasyJet, we also have an FRMS liaison officer for cabin crew, liaison officer for flight deck, and we also have one for Switzerland. And we do have hopes and aspirations to add to the team. So we are quite a large team, and we hope to kind of grow even further. So at EasyJet, we've actually got a bit of a legacy look and feel to our rosters. So when we moved from CAP 371 to EASA, we actually didn't want the look and the feel of the rosters to change for our crew. So we actually kept some of the old CAP 371 rules that you may be aware of from the past. So we still have the late finish prior to 2 nights of 23.59 local still in existence. And we still have the late finish prior to 3 nights of 2100 local still in existence. We also have a transition role that our head of department previously wrote. So that protects rosters that are 5 or more duty days to only having 1 body clock transition during their working block, which is also incredibly helpful. So as I said, I did touch on quite a lot last year of the training that we deliver. So in compliance and training, we do both the flight time limitations and the fatigue risk management training. We do train obviously everybody within FRMS, but we also then train all of the new crewing staff, all of the ops planning staff, basically that anybody that's going to touch a crew member's roster in the airline information management system is trained before they're allowed to do that. We also then do recurrent training every year. We train FRMS staff first, and then we roll that training out to all of the crewing and ops planning teams. We also train new staff when they join the business, and we also do promotional talks when the crew are promoted as well. So we do include K, that optimum use of sleep opportunities, in particular before crew reporting for night duties and late finishes. And during lockdown, Martin and myself came up with fatigue awareness countermeasures training, which is a more engaging CBT that has a non-linear storyline, where the crew members can actually pick their own story to learn some of those fatigue mitigations for themselves. And we also, as a business, offer controlled rest if necessary for crew. So obviously that's a more proactive measure as well. And you just see at the bottom there, we do always collect feedback. So we do try to aspire to make our training materials more engaging and better for the future. And we always have a KPI of getting above 4 for any of our kind of training delivery. So I will only touch on this briefly because I know it will come up with Martin later. So the fatigue risk assessment model, FRAM, was built in-house at EasyJet. So it has worked off the fatigue guidelines that are based on our APEX research, which I will cover some more in a minute. It does impact the score if a duty is over 10 hours. There's also additional rest requirements for things when they're over 2 sectors and finishing after 0200 local. There's also a transition calculation in there. It looks at consecutive duty codes. So part of the reason why we have our own biomathematical model is the fact that we are a short haul carrier. We are a multi-sector operation. We do always operate acclimatized, and normally we don't do any greater than 4 sectors, but it looks at that consecutive duty code and it takes into account ineffective contextual rest. But yeah, the rest of it will come from Martin later. So our APEX studies are alertness and performance examinations that we do in collaboration with NASA AIMS. It's a biannual analysis of roster-related crew performance. It utilises a diverse range of objectives and subjective methodologies, including physiological and psychomotor assessments. And it enables us to then proactively identify and study fatigue precursors and trends across all of our EasyJet demographic. And it's thereby complementing that fatigue report form policy that we have, where we do have a just culture and a huge amount of data, I will say, but I think probably Martin will talk a bit more about that again later. And the most recent studies have included melatonin testing and light exposure in the most recent ones, and we are hoping to do another one this year, and we're hoping to look more at sustainability. Correlations are then performed against our flight data monitoring, and then we utilise advanced data mining techniques sent out our meeting minutes and slides, actually forwarded that out with that content to make sure that everybody felt that we were compliant ahead of any formal audit. We also have a complementary meeting, which is the roster evaluation group, and that's kind of seen as an executive body to our FSAG output. Sometimes we'll discuss things at the Fatigue Safety Action Group and think that something makes sense, but actually it's the roster evaluation group where maybe the technicality of putting that into the airline information management system can be discussed some more of actually what is the budget, what is the implication, does it have any effect on any other rules, etc. Ops planning department are the guys that are rostering the duties ahead of time. So they run and save all their reports on a monthly basis, and it does form part of a seasonal handover. We have some things built into their optimizer that help restrict the placement of elongated duties, together one that inhibits the EASA early and the night being placed after each other. We also have another company rule of no more than 5 consecutive duty days. So then in real terms, because of that legacy rule that we've kept with the 2100 local before 3 nights, you wouldn't end up with no placement on day 5. We don't like to see a night duty on day 1. And if there is day 1, we would like it to be no greater than 10 hours. And then the crew planning hub kind of publishes all of the data so that actually if crew members wish to have a look at any of this, it's not secretive. It's kind of published out there as well as being presented at the Fatigue Safety Action Group. And then in compliance and training, this is more our kind of area. We do quality assurance and oversight. So we do present, obviously, data at the Fatigue Safety Action Group on nights. We obviously always share all of the content of our Fatigue Safety Action Group with the regulators at month end. So we continue that oversight of night and late with proactive and predictive measures. So we look at it as nights per 1,000 FTPs, but we also do a breakdown by base. Obviously, some bases are smaller than others and may be more susceptible with their schedule, etc. But very happy to take any questions now, but also on a question panel again later.
Okay. Thanks very much. If we could go to the slide, I know we've got some questions and we've got sort of 8-9 minutes before lunchtime, so. Oh, here we go. Just coming here. There we go. Excellent. So the first one on appropriate FRM, sorry, not FDM. Does an airline need to have hard thresholds targets which mandate action, or is it enough to have a policy that SMEs investigate the issue? I guess, Irina, maybe it's something from your side.
Yes, it's for me. No need of hard thresholds. It should be based on the risk, the work risk profile. So we cannot, in the regulation, put any threshold. It will depend on the condition, the specific condition of an operator and the duties they perform. So from a regulator perspective, we cannot set any threshold. This should be in the operator level, and we should consider this a flexible approach, not hard thresholds.
And I think one thing that really, obviously I don't live and breathe this topic the same way my colleagues do, but I remember it really struck me last year in Vienna when we had an example, for example, with DHL and their type of operation. And then particularly I remember somebody from Austrian Airlines talking about specific times of their flights coming in to feed into Vienna for then long haul flights. I think both those examples showed that specific nature that you were talking about, Irina, that, you know, there are some very specific things an operator might do that make, you know, doing that kind of thing very difficult. So, yeah, I think that's really interesting. So the next one, as an oversight inspect, where did that go? Ooh. Maybe we can get that one back in a minute. We'll go to the next one at the top there. For EasyJet, what FDM parameters do you use for comparison, Claire? Should be on.
Can you hear me?
Yep, there we go.
Yeah, okay. So flight data monitoring, it would depend on the investigation. So for instance, Martin, I don't think will mind me saying that this was our highest reporting year since April this year, and we've had roughly 29,000 fatigue report forms. So we have a fabulous reporting culture. We do have a just culture, so we don't want to deter people from reporting. Obviously, not every single report is then looked at in terms of flight data monitoring, but if we were to have, let's say, a significant event or one that was higher risk scoring and there was more of an investigation, not every single report goes into that level of detail. But yes, flight data monitoring are part of safety, security and compliance. So they are a team that we work alongside. Hope that helps.
And actually, I'm going to, in a flash talk tomorrow, I'm going to talk about fatigue reporting. Found it interesting that there was almost like a shock of horror at a number like that. And actually, it's a topic close to my heart. I've seen so many times over the years where a topic gets particular interest in it, whether it's in an organization or whatever, and the numbers go up and everybody naturally goes, oh my goodness, that's a big number, rather than saying, wow, look at all this new stuff we're learning. And I think that for me, that's, you know, it's that mindset shift of reporting for learning. Now, I'll talk a little bit tomorrow about then what does that mean in terms of the just culture relationship between an authority and an operator. You know, I've equally seen, oh my goodness, look at this new stuff we're learning, says operator to authority, and then the answer from the authority might not have been what the operator expected. Interesting conversation to have. So I think we'll certainly talk about that over the next 2 days. If we go to the next one from Natasha to Transavia, do you also use objective measurements to validate data from your biomathematical model?
Well,
it should be hopefully on.
Is it on? Yeah. We use, of course, reporting as a measurement, and every week Oceaan and I talk through these reports, and we see that cabin crew reports more than cockpit crew, so that's we make dashboards as well. So if that's the answer to this question, yeah.
Yeah, there's lots. I think this is one of the interesting things. Again, is there's so many different sources of information that, you know, it's everything you can use to learn and understand how you can improve things for the staff and the crews. So if we go to the next one, melatonin testing, how does that not conflict with Part Med? Interesting.
So the melatonin testing, obviously it was only from those participants that volunteered. So it was a smaller sample size. There are forms that obviously said participant needs to sign to say that they're happy. But yeah, it was an interesting thing to do, and there wasn't so many participants that wanted to do it. And it was also done on their days off as well. So yeah, there wasn't a lot of people wanted to sign up to that.
I think that's another interesting, wasn't it? When you start pushing into new areas of kind of research and data collection like that, yeah, it does create challenges. The next one, again for Transavia, what's the reason that the FSAG was established almost 5 years after using the biomathematical model?
Well, that was a point of frustration for some of us. You know, it took some time to for Transavia to see the importance of this FSAC. So it took almost 5 years, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's just part of working on topics in organisations. Yeah. They can sometimes be more complicated than we hope. Yeah, we have the same thing sometimes. Then in terms of EasyJet, Claire, how often is your FSAG conducted and how do you decide on soft rules as mitigation? I think.
So I touched on it briefly during the presentation. So we actually have guidelines that have come up out of the APEX studies, and there's 21 guidelines that have been published. The Fatigue Safety Action Group is conducted monthly, and it's myself that chairs that meeting. But yeah, if there was anything that came out of the APEX studies where we felt we needed to introduce a new guideline, that would be discussed at the Fatigue Safety Action Group. And I can see there's another question coming up about the amazing amount of resource that we have with recommendations and FRM team and specialists. So we have, as I mentioned earlier, an amazing team of some incredible talent. So we do have a biomathematical specialist that's working on FRAM version 2, which I'm sure Martin will talk some more about. But we do have those liaison officers that are that go-between between the crew and ourselves and can explain roster risk grade scoring to the crew. So yeah, we are a team of nearly 20, and I'm just really proud of the incredible work that we do.
It always looks, yeah, I love seeing all these different approaches that organisations have, and yeah, thanks very much for coming and sharing yours with us. It's great. So if I go to the next one now, as an oversight inspector, I often receive a statement that fatigue risk can't be quantified, thus no SPTs, KPTs, KPIs, etc. can be set. Any comments on that?
Well, if it's for the sake of doing risk assessment just like that, yes, you cannot quantify, but you need data. And you need objective and subjective data. So the more data, the better. This is how you measure the risk. So if it's just an exercise, of course, you will not get any added value of it. But when you feed all this analysis with data, prior fatigue reports or focus groups surveys or questionnaires or PVT or whatever, and you set the measurement tools like KSS or SP or another one, then you can measure quite well. And you measure and you benchmark with what the thresholds you have established internally. So directly looking at the risk assessment, it does not tell you anything, basically. You need data for it. You have to populate it.
Yeah, and I can only support that. Having been part of the team that built the European Risk Classification Scheme, one of the great discussions we had with quite a lot of experts as we did that was that sometimes the use of certain approaches for risk management, while you can say, yes, I have an approach and I have a score, when you actually delve into how do you decide what's catastrophic or whatever category you've chosen, in many cases, you would probably be more effective if you turned the lights out and threw darts at a dartboard than actually using some of the approaches that you see people using. I think that's, kind of reinforces what Irina was saying there. It's, if you have the resources and the ability to do something meaningful, that's great. But if you don't know what that approach is giving you as an organisation, it's not just a case of having a tool. Next one. At EasyJet, how are roster changes handled? Are they analysed as well, or does all analysis take place only before the roster is issued?
So the biomathematical model is built, as I said, on our own research, and it actually produces a red violation message as if you were to get one for a flight time limitation rule warning. So it's there for every change in the roster. And we also do a lot of analysis on things, what was the roster like at publication and what was the roster like when it was actually operated. So in terms of duty hours and block hours and mid-block, all of that is also analysed and is also in our Fatigue Safety Action Group get data.
Fantastic, thanks. And we covered that one from Sarah at the end there. So yeah, thank you very much for those questions. Say we can't necessarily take them all, so we will take any we don't get to away. But now it's time for lunch. For an hour, we come back at 13:30 and start again after lunch. So enjoy the lunch break. Thank you very much to our panel.
So, as I was saying, my talk is going to be about how rules are done. So, how will we develop rules in the area of FTL? And contrary to what some of you may sometimes feel, rules don't fall from the sky, and they are not developed in secret by some people that nobody knows staying in Cologne. They are in fact the result of a very transparent and standardized process that we apply and that I will try to explain to you today. In fact, the process starts even before there is a rulemaking task, because rulemaking is actually a solution to a problem. So we do rulemaking when we have identified that there is an issue that needs to be addressed. And how do we do this? So basically what we are going to do, we are going to look at all different sources of ideas or that could indicate to us that there is an issue with the rule. Either we are missing a rule somewhere, or one of our rules is not being implemented the way it was supposed to be implemented, the way it was intended to be implemented. I have included several sources there, but I would like to highlight a couple of them that are also related to things that we heard about already today. One is about safety data, and we already talked today about the importance of reporting, of fatigue reporting, and this is one of the data points that we use to assess whether we have an issue with the rules. Research is something else. So we will look at we always look at the results of research to identify whether there is a need to amend the rules. And this morning, we talked about disruptive schedules and the rulemaking that we did that. It was a result of the first phase of the research on the effectiveness of FTL rules. So we also take into account operational experience. So experience with the implementation of the rules, which comes to us from our work as competent authority or from our standardization process, or from input from stakeholders, either from member states or from industry that share with us through the advisory bodies and even sometimes spontaneously the issues that they are having with the rules. So we collect all this data, all these, let's say, candidate issues that it's what we call them. So candidate for action, and we identify, okay, whether we really have an issue that we need to address. And then the second part of the assessment that we do is actually, is rulemaking the best way to address this issue? Because sometimes you can have an issue that does not have anything to do with the rules themselves. The rule may be there, the rule may be clear, but it's maybe just not being implemented properly. Yeah? So there are other ways that we can address an issue, a safety issue that we've identified. Standardization is a possibility. Safety promotion is another possibility, and in fact this conference today is being organized under a safety promotion task whose objective is to support the implementation of FTL FRM. So we identified that there was the need to support implementation, and this conference is part of initiatives to do that. Yeah? But once we have identified that indeed there is an issue that we need to address and that rulemaking is the right way to do it, yeah, then the second step is actually to plan that rulemaking. So when are we going to do it? Because we have limited resources, it's an involved process, we need to prioritize, so we need to plan it. And when we plan it, then we include it in what we call the EPAS. That's the European Plan for Aviation Safety. It's a public document, it's on the EASA website. If you look at that, document, you can find basically all the activities that we are going to be handling in the next 4 to 5 years. Yeah? And there are several tasks on FTL there. So once a task is in the EPAS and it's planned to start on a certain date, that's when the rulemaking process itself comes into place, right? And the rulemaking process basically has, let's say, three different phases. The first phase, it's the development of a proposal. Right? So we identify that the rule needs to be amended, so we are going to develop a proposal. This is done normally together by EASA, together with a group of experts. It can be a formal rulemaking group. It can also be an individual expert that we invite to support us with this process. And when we develop this proposal, we not only develop a proposal to amend the rules, so a concrete amendment, but we are also going to develop what we call an impact assessment. So we are going to assess what is going to be the impact on the industry, on the member states, of implementing this amendment that we are proposing. To identify, basically, if implementing this change will achieve the objective that we wanted, because we identified something was wrong, so is this amendment going to solve the issue? But also to identify how much it's going to cost. So we are going to do a cost-benefit analysis of the amendment in relation to the objective that we want to achieve. So once we have developed this, the next stage of the process is a consultation. And a consultation starts with what we call an NPA, or a Notice of Proposed Amendment. And this is basically a document where we include our proposed amendments and the impact assessment, and we propose it to consultation. So consultation lasts normally around 3 months. It can be a little bit more, it can be a bit less, depending on the topic. And then we go into the next phase, which is the review of the comments that we received during the consultation. Normally, again, here, we don't do this on our own. We use a rulemaking group or a group of experts to support us with a review of the comments. We are going to review the comments, and we are going to see how these comments are going to impact our initial proposals. Do we need to change anything in our initial proposal? Are these comments bringing to our attention something that we didn't think of before? And on that basis, we will then develop a final proposal. So depending on which rules we are amending, this final proposal can be one of two things, either a decision or an opinion. So if we are amending Regulation 965, then what we are going to adopt, what we are going to publish is an opinion. This is a proposal for the Commission to amend the rules. And then it will be up to the Commission to amend the rules. But if we are just touching the soft law, so if we are touching certification specifications for FTL or AMC or guidance material, then this is adopted by the agency itself, and we will publish a decision. All these documents that you see there, the terms of reference when the task is launched, the NPA, and the decision or the opinion can be found in our website, and we keep records of everything that has ever been published by the agency, so you can always go back and track in time why a certain proposal was introduced and what was the issue that was trying to be addressed. So basically, what I would like to highlight here these are two aspects. So first, that the rulemaking process is a very collaborative process, right? We work together with stakeholders. We never do anything in isolation. And the second thing is that it's very evidence-based, because not only for assessing the issue, but then to try to find solutions, we will try to we will always rely on operational experience. We will look for things that are tried and tested. We will always look for best practices. And also we will be based on scientific principles and research. So we will look for scientific evidence, and we will look for operational experience when we are developing our proposals. So these are the two things that I would like you to retain about the process itself. So this being said, what now, and what is the message that I would like to leave you with after my talk? So the first thing is that your data matters. So we already talked today about reporting. There is going to be another flash talk on reporting, and this is very important, of course, but it's not only that. We also talked today about some studies, some research that we do. We may launch surveys, we may launch research activities. So it's important when you participate in these activities, you are making your experience count and support us in identifying what are the issues that need to be addressed. The second element is that you should try to engage with us throughout the process, not just at the end. There are many opportunities for you all to interfere or to engage with us in the process, even at the planning, at the planning phase, because the EPAS is also consulted with the advisory bodies. So either individually, if you are commenting on an NPA, or through your associations, through your NAAs, there are plenty of opportunities for you to engage with us. So don't wait for the end to let us know your opinions. And finally, and this is something else that actually is a very good incentive for you to engage throughout the process, is that working together helps with implementation. So the more you are engaged in the process, the more you understand why a certain rule was introduced and what was the intention behind it, the better it will be when it comes to implementing it in an harmonized way throughout Europe. And that's it. That's it from my side. I'm not sure there is time for questions, but I want to invite you to put any questions that you have in Slido, and also to approach me in the coffee breaks whenever you want.
Maybe we've got time for one question. Should we see if we have anything in the slide? No, we don't have anything in the slide. You escaped. So if you do have any questions, catch Micaela at the break, or yeah, wait till the next one. So if we could invite the first panel then to come out, and Sylvia will come and introduce the panel.
So this is our first panel discussion. After this panel discussion, we will have opportunity to take a break and to have some coffee and dessert. Okay, so as you can see, Elena runs the panel, okay? So, well, this morning before lunch, we saw the theoretical part of this implementing things, so the European directive with all the things of the outcome of the first effectiveness FTL study. So late finish, disruptive schedule in general. So now it's time to face the first line of the stakeholder implementing this kind of rules, or in this case, yes, this kind of disruptive schedule. So we will be talking about, led by Elena, about publication of roster, stability of rosters, metrics, last minute change, unforeseen circumstances. So Elena is going to conduct this panel. She's a Deputy Director for Safety for Airworthiness and AirOps. Yes, she has been working in EASA for more than 15 years. She's really a good expert in FTL because she has been involved deeply, directly in the FTL national regulation for all the national activities in Europe. So the floor is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for attending this conference on fatigue risk management. After the interesting flash talk on regulation, on rulemaking performance, it's time to review the main challenges implementing FTL regulation. And for this endeavor, it's a pleasure for us to count on experienced professionals representing all the domains involved in the FTL implementation. Let me introduce them. To my right, Luis Narbon, an aeronautical engineer from the Technical University of Madrid. After dedicating several years to consulting in the airport sector, he joined EASA in 2011, initially focusing on the oversight of production organizations. Since 2014, he has been responsible for the supervision and certification of air operators, holding various positions of responsibility. He's in charge of the FTL-related matter in EASA and is member of the EASA FTL FRMS expert group since 2019. Next to him, representing the National Guild of Pilots, is Mr. Gerard Liarte from COPAC. He holds a pilot degree in commercial aviation and air operations and an ATPL license. He is a first officer with 8,000 flight hours, and he has been flying for 11 years Airbus 320 and 330, 340 and 350, mostly on long-haul operations in North, Central and South America, Africa and Asia, and also Europe. He's also involved in mentoring and coach training activities. Next to him, it's a pleasure for us to count on Sherry Butler again. She is the Fatigue Risk Management System Compliance and Training Manager in EasyJet. And next to her, Mr. Antonio Escobar from SIGPLA. He has been working as cabin crew for more than 30 years with flying experience in Airbus 330 and 350. And he was the former union president and is an ETF delegation member. In addition, he works as union advisor, providing guidance and expertise to various sections within the union, and communication and institutions officer. And currently he's completing a law degree. Next to him, representing CEPLA, is Mr. Íñigo Martina Poitia, who is a short and medium-haul pilot at Iberia. He's the technical director of CEPLA and also works as fatigue management expert and facilitator, and he's an ICA FTL steering committee member. And next to him, Mr. Santiago Oviedo. He was trained as a pilot in the Spanish Air Force. In 2000, he joined Iberia Airlines, where he worked for 14 years. He holds a degree in management of aeronautical companies and flight operations, and also has been working for 7 years in the Civil Aviation Accident Investigation Commission. After this, he joined Vueling, and he has been working as manager of the Human Factors Department, leading the process to implement the fatigue risk management system in Vueling, and he coordinates Vueling's psychological support program since 2020. And after this introduction, we are ready to start the panel and to discuss about the implementation of the FTL regulation. Okay. A key point in the FTL regulation, letting the crews manage properly their rest opportunities, is the publication of the rosters. Could you share with the audience the best practices observed in this domain and the key point to be taken into account, please? Please, have your say, please.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be part of this panel. We know that the regulation establishes when rosters have to be published and what they must include. I'm starting with the when aspect. We know there is an implementing rule that establishes that rosters must be published sufficiently in advance. And then we have an AMC that states that 14 days in advance is something acceptable. And at EASA, as an oversight authority, we haven't found any significant issues related to the roster publication date. So I'd rather focus on the content, on the what of the roster. So first, I want to suggest the use of biomathematical models. They are not mandatory, we all know, but I think they are good tools that operators can use. And we saw with Transavia a a good example of that. We ask the operators to understand the features and the limitations that the models could have. And I refer to limitations because it's important that operators take into account their own operational experience to fine-tune, to adjust the results of the models that they get. I want to also to mention that these models usually are about the average person. And we know that there is a significant variability among individuals, among us. And I'm referring to chronotypes. Among the population of pilots and cabin crew members, we have people that are more comfortable and more prepared to perform on early flights, while they maybe struggle a little more with night duties, and other people the other way around. So I suggest that operators ask their crew members about this when they feel most prepared, and if possible, to take into account when it comes to rostering. Another thing I want to suggest is to place standby periods properly. And I mean that sometimes we see that maybe some operators use, let's say, standard periods that are not well aligned to their needs. I think a good practice is to identify when when flights are really needed, when the crew member that is on standby could be needed, and to use the standby and to publish the standby period exactly when the need is. And finally, I want to emphasize the idea of managing transitions between day and night. And I think what we have in mind is flight duty periods, but I want to emphasize the idea that it's not only about flight duty periods, because other duties are part of the roster, and they could create a distortion in the pattern, in the sleep work pattern. So, for example, we can have a pilot that is working in daytime flights, but he or she may have to train in a simulator whose availability is only at night. So please take into account these kind of things. Or similarly, in night cargo operations, we can have crew members that are working at night, but they have administrative tasks on behalf of the operator during the day. So this could disturb the schedule, the pattern. So these are the things that I suggest, and hopefully some of them are useful.
Thank you, Luis. And then Gerard, please have your say.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to give a special thanks to both safety agencies for inviting us and organizing this so special event that I'm sure that we all think that it's necessary, and it will be also very helpful in order to mitigate fatigue on the crew members, the aviation industry. First of all, I would like to make just a very quick explanation of which organization I'm representing today, because it could be a bit difficult to understand. So COPAC is the National Guild of Pilots, which is approved by national law, and its membership is mandatory for all active pilots based in Spain. So we hold the exclusive professional representation of pilots under the Spanish administration. We are not an union. We do not negotiate any collective labor agreement. And we are also part of the Spanish national administration, liaise with the Ministry of Transportation with a memorandum of understanding with the DGCA and established communication channel with EASA. So now starting with the first point of today's conference, publication of rosters. I'm sure that we all will agree that one of the key factors for the publication of rosters is anticipation. So anticipation is critical in order to ensure an effective implementation of crew fitness for duty based on a predictive and restorative rest period, which is also compatible with personal lifestyle and personal responsibilities. So the most important issue related with anticipation of roster is to ensure an unchangeable rest patterns between consecutive duty periods and the recovery periods and annual leave. So any roster publication that does not ensure or guarantee and effective implementation of robustness of scheduling on rest patterns is a serious matter of concern for safety because clearly induced fatigue. And I think it's very important to remember one of the most effective and useful tools that we have at the aviation industry. And this is the crew report. So it's important to remember that the crew report is necessary in order to detect some possible, especially fatigue impairings. And operators and authority has to reinforce, have to promote crew reporting by guaranteeing the enforcement of just culture policy.
Thank you, Gerard. Yes, you can share the microphone.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. So at EasyJet, we actually have roster groups. So that actually allows crew members to see ahead where their days off are going to fall, which is a massive help for people just planning life outside of work, planning going to a party or a wedding, etc., and allowing them to look where they may choose to place leave, etc., which is also very important. So we do publish the rosters on a set day every month. And Martin and his team sometimes get in a flurry of what we would call fatigue mitigation requests. So this is when a crew member receives a roster and they think that a block looks like it may be fatiguing for them. It allows then the safety investigators to look at that block and see what kind of risk that block actually is to the business. And if it's high enough, we may then put that forward for a recommend of a change, which certainly helps then the crew members. I touched on earlier, we do still have the things like the late finish 2 nights, late finish 3 nights. We do have the transition rule where we only allow 1 transition during a duty block of 5 or more duty days. We do have our biomathematical model that is built in, so it will give you those red warning messages for any rosters that are seen as too fatiguing, so that then a crewing officer, etc., could make a change to that crew member's roster. But a lot of it is about giving advance warning of things. Certainly I know from a lifestyle perspective, crew love the fact that we publish things so they can see their pattern ahead before they actually get the published roster. So although on the day disruption may happen and a duty day may change, they can plan ahead where their days off are going to fall.
Thank you, Terry. Yes, you can use this or the other one.
Hello. Well, first of all, thank you, EASA, for letting us be here today, play local, and make our views be heard. So just to go directly to more precise, in our view, statements, we think it is important that LCAs can, as the time goes by, cross-check the actual executed rosters against the planned ones. This is essential to really aiming transparency and compliance with FTL. The tools are now on the table. Everybody uses the IA today, even me. So to follow up roster stability and understand potential deviations, well, I think that the key word is metrics, second to none. It's the best way to make it some advances. The publication of rosters can't be anymore commonly considered as orientative. Fourth, recital of regulation 83/215 and Directive 2079 EC must be in power everywhere. 27 states and all guests, welcome. And by the way, CIPLA appreciates and the continuous assistance received from EASA for implementing significant changes to roster publication deadlines in various Spanish operators. This level of dialogue is best example for all member states. Thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you very much to EASA and EASA for hosting this event. I'm representing CEPLA, Spanish Pilot Union, but in this case, more importantly, Pilot Association. I'm the head of the technical department, so we try to look at fatigue management from a technical point of view rather than a union fight that we have to go to. We're not trying to confront operators, but we're trying to help operators and work with them in order to find solutions to a common problem, which is fatigue. So going back to the title of the question, publication of rosters, I will start with a question. Some of you in the audience, or most of you probably work office Monday to Friday. So it's a Tuesday today. If I said that you have to work this Saturday and this Sunday, would you think that you have plenty of time to prepare for this? And more importantly, if I said you have to work this Saturday during the night, do you think that would be enough time for you to be properly rested for this Saturday? It's Tuesday, right? So you have 3 or 4 days. So that's how important the anticipation of rosters is, because it's not only about us being rested duty that we have scheduled and that has changed. It's also about being able to make our rosters rested. Because even if I said today that you have to work on the night on Saturday, you still have to take your kids to school on Thursday morning or Friday morning when you go back home. So we had a recent positive experience in Spain with one specific operator that was publishing the roster with 7 days. They switched completely to 14 days, therefore complying with the AMC from EASA. This was a very positive case, and it highlights the importance of the continuous improvement approach. This specific operator has a very extremely stable operation and extremely stable roster, and that's excellent. But even if it's stable, 7 days still wasn't enough. So aim for the better. Even if you have something stable and it's working well, if you can go to 14, that's better than 13, and 15 will still be always better than 14. And finally, Luis from EASA mentioned the fact that biomathematical models are recommended. So from our perspective, not only recommended, but a very, very helpful tool. However, biomathematical models might be allowing for us that are extremely fatiguing or moderately or highly fatiguing, and that can be seen with fatigue reporting. So we really urge operators to use the biomathematical model as a tool that they can correlate fatigue reports. And the way they can do that must be compared between the acceptable DMM values and the
Experts like operators like EasyJet, for me it's a pleasure. And Vueling has 130 planes, Airbus 320, short haul, 16 bases and 4,000 crew members in 16 different bases in Spain, more of them, and Italy and France. And the best practice regarding the publication of rosters, Vueling, they publish 14 days in advance at the end of the month, but 3 days before the rosters are loaded and they pass to the human factors to analyze by the models. The same models, we analyze and try to mitigate as much as we can the fatigue. Why? How? We analyze with the score of the Samperelli, and with the higher score, we are increasing recommendation to the planning area to change some flights on duties before to publish. After, we are a young company, 20 years old, but we are clearly for the digital investment. So all crew members are digital accessibility, and the crews anytime, anywhere have access to rosters, ensuring the transparency that Alberto says, and easy to use. It's predictability and stability, our rosters, and they are a force. We work together with the rostering department. We close after 7 years. We have held 70 fatigue safety action groups, so the feedback is continuous to try to minimize the last minute change in our roster publication. There are clear communication after any changes, so where KPIs is performance indicator of safety, like changes before and after 24 hours, just to allow the crew members to adapt to the rest. And finally, the feedback with the rostering department and operations are continue. And finally, every year, we ask all the crew members by a survey regarding the fatigue of the fields and the many answers, because this morning we show many scientific studies with very short participants. So when we ask our crew members, there are 1,000, 1,500 answers to fit up how the fatigue is going up in our company.
Okay, thank you, Santiago. And let me encourage you to participate in the poll, please. We have talked about the application of the rosters, but another issue related to them to take into account is the stability of these rosters, particularly the robustness. Based on your experience, from your point of view, what are the benefits of increasing the robustness of the rosters, and how could operators achieve and monitor this robustness? Business.
Yes, for me, buffers are key for this question. Since unexpected situations arise, we know, it's useful to have these buffers in order to cope with the unexpected, and to be able to adjust the rostering and to stay within the limits. I'm not naive. I know that rostering with buffers has a cost, but I think it's still necessary to keep a certain robustness of stability in the rosters. And I want to mention that we have, of course, buffers are good for the operation, but they are also good for other aspects that we may not always consider, such as the proper image and reputation of the operator among employees and passengers. And even if you roster with buffers, you may reduce the cost of compensation to passengers due to delays and cancellations. So one operator explained us that they had a significant saving in this area. Another topic that I want to talk about is metrics. I was thinking about showing several metrics, but I think it's a better idea to recommend you to use or at least to check the FTL inspector checklist that is available on EASA's website, because it's a really good document, and it has a lot of examples of metrics that you can use in different aspects of the regulation. And whenever I have the chance, I promote the use of this document, because it was originally developed for us, for inspectors of authorities, but I think it's useful for you, for operators, to to do your internal audits. Yeah, I think it's
Buenos días.
Vanessa
de Francisco.
Todo bien. Lastimosamente que tienes que no hay para presentar.
specific because you need them in order to identify specific issues with several paintings, with several bases. So please don't forget to use these specific metrics too.
Okay, thank you. Gerard?
Well, regarding robustness of roster, to be honest, this point is closely related to the previous one, because actually anticipation without robustness is completely useless. It doesn't make sense. So one term must be always attached to the other one in order that all the measures that we apply in order to mitigate the effects of fatigue on crew members are really effective. And for that reason, operators and authority must monitor some specific issues in order to guarantee the accomplishment of schedules robustness. And the first of these issues is to monitor the accomplishment of published flight schedules on daily basis. So the key point to be monitored is the pairing robustness. And the other issue to be monitored is the commanded discretions occurrences. So we think that it's necessary that always that the commanded discretion occurs, a report is sent to the authority, regardless of the extension beyond the flight duty period limit. And current FTL regulation may not be effective enough in order to monitor or to control the risk of lack of robustness on rosters. So, for example, the current regulation establishes that there must be flight duty period exceedance of more than 33% of scheduled flights on a seasonal period. So we think that this threshold might be too high compared to any reasonable and manageable mitigation to ensure that crew stress and related fatigue is under control.
Okay, thank you. Terry, please.
Hi, so earlier I did touch on some of the things that we already have coded into our roster optimizer to make things better before publication. There are also buffers in place for even the crewing team that are doing a 3-day window. So we have things in there to protect against placing a duty that's too late before a day off or that is in danger of becoming a late disruptive duty. So all of those things help. We do at the Fatigue Safety Action Group have some slides on roster stability because it does have a huge impact. So couldn't agree more that actually a more stable roster leads to less fatigue and more engaged crew. So yeah, it's definitely a good and positive thing to try to do to mitigate against it.
Okay, thank you. Antonio, have your say, please.
Well, as we said the last time, rosters can be or must be solid, so people get an idea of how to solve things before they go to fly or before they go on flying. We have to remark the special attention for the NCA's special attention to operators who live on ACMEs and wet leases, because those rosters, those commercial rosters, are very hard to follow and to be tracked, and all those crews' lives are subject to those continuous changes. And talking of changes, some of the changes in rosters are requested by crew members. Well, those can be reduced. And some of the rest, well, all the rest changes are set by the operators that can be added. So we can have a mathematical example of how they require for changes, they demand changes, and if the crew are requiring for so many changes, if something is not going well in the rosters publication, just do it.
Okay, thank you, Antonio. And
Thank
Inigo,
you.
please.
Yes, so Gerard mentioned, and I completely agree, I think it's pretty obvious if you publish a roster with enough anticipation, but the roster is unstable, then that's completely pointless because you have a roster that you can basically break apart and you're not going to be flying half of it. So how do we measure the stability of the roster, or how do we think an operator should be measuring the stability of rosters? Probably from our perspective, I wouldn't like to place myself on EASA or on the NCA's shoes, because probably they are lacking some guidance from EASA on how to actually follow these changes to roster, and therefore how to track roster stability. We were saddened by the practical guide, for example, as a very interesting document from EASA being stopped. We really hope that that could be helping in reaching consensus, and especially sitting on the table associations from crews and operators, which is the key to understanding, is sitting on the table and talking, which is probably at this point not happening as much as we would like. I guess there's an enormous list of KPIs by IATA on the fatigue management guide, part of document 9966, so you probably are already familiar with this. For us, the most important is that we can measure KPIs on the changes that have a key impact on fatigue. And these specific changes should be distributed or explained, and there should be appropriate training also for the people in the ops control room, because some of the changes are often executed not even by the planning department, but by the operations control. So I'm introducing a key point for us here in fatigue management, which is training. And we probably all have to think about this. Are operators, are even pilots, are we trained? Are we giving the training to the stakeholders out there that they need to verify for pilots our own fatigue level, and for operator control room, their ability to manage change without impacting fatigue? So that's probably a reflection that we have to make.
Okay, thank you. And Santiago, please.
Okay. The benefits of robustness is clear. Just improve predictability for the crew members, reduce the last minute changes, and that's allow to better manage the rest for the crew members. On the other hand, enhance the fatigue management, more stable rosters, help prevent cumulative fatigue. For our company's issue, we are worried about the cumulative fatigue, improve the safety and performance. Operational efficiency is another benefit. The fewer disruption lead more efficient aircraft and crew utilization. Later I talk about how to achieve this, and the higher crew satisfaction. If the crew members can plan his life, his work-life balance, he will be more happy in her company, of course. And how we try to achieve this in my company, Vueling? Well, the use of models for us is important. FRMS law to mitigate. I give a number. Last year we received 4,500 preventive fatigue reports. On this we analyzed and we made 1,300 recommendations, and 75% of these recommendations crew tracking or planning changes and improve and mitigate the fatigue score on this crew member. So the use of models is very important. After we are in our FRMS set of rules, these rules don't allow, it's a container of fatigue in our operation. Each company has its operation, and we note, thank you to the reports and the model, where is our fatigue. So we put the FRMS is like container. If some new summer 25, like Transavia talks, we analyze the pairings of summer 25. If the new pairings are, some of them very fatiguing, very tiring, so we try to contain, and maybe next month we are fatiguing another point, so we try to change the overview. No? We try to minimize the post-publication changes. How? We have block of 3 days standby on reserve that make improve the just isolated standby days. So we publish 3 days of block for standby reserve. improve crew members. And we are trying, it's not allowed, but real-time monitoring with the track key metrics, with the change of rhythm, fatigue reports, and analyzing with alarms that when crew control try to activate on standby, and there pop up an alarm if a score of fatigue, Samperelli or Karolinska, is higher, so they have to change and look for another crew member to assign this standby. That's all.
Thank you very much, Santiago, and all for your contributions. After the publication of the rosters, we have to face new challenges, and one of them is the management of the changes. Please, could you share with the audience the best practices observed in this domain? Please.
Yes, Elena, you are right. For me, roster changes are the challenge, the main challenge that we have to cope with regarding fatigue management. I would live happier if changes wouldn't exist, but we know they are necessary. In the end, all this boils down to be prepared and well rested for the duty. And it's clear that if you have little time in advance to prepare for the duty, could be a problem. So we know that we have some, let's say, tools in the regulation or figures, the standby and reserve, in order to avoid an excessive use of changes. But still, changes are necessary in this industry, and our challenge is to achieve that they are not impacting fatigue. If we look at the regulation, we won't find any specific topic of the regulation about how to deal with changes. We have in Origin 200 that the operator has to manage changes, and for that reason they have to identify this hazard and to evaluate the risk and mitigate. But we don't have anything more, let's say. So this is performance-based regulation, and this means that we'll have to discuss a lot with crew members, with operators, authorities, and why, how we deal with this problem in EASA. What we ask, is that the rules of the games are clear. So we ask the operators to clearly define in their operations manual the definition of changes, the notification policy, how they deal with changes, and how they monitor, what indicators they have in order to monitor the monitoring process of these changes. And I'm going to talk briefly about these topics, about changes. What we ask is that there are not only global changes. We know that every change is a change, and we don't want to see a lot. But as I think Inigo mentioned, not every change is the same, because if you have little anticipation, or the change impacts in your pattern of sleep and work, it's worse. So specific change for several specific indicator and specific definition for these changes that impacts in fatigue. Regarding the notification policy, we ask that the communication to the crew member is clearly stated. What is the mean of communication and when the notification can be made, in order to protect rest, of course, and days off. And finally, what we want to see when we audit the operators is that they follow this monitoring process. When we ask them what changes are impacting your rostering, where do you have problems, well, our expectation is that operators have a clearly vision of where the problems are, and we expect a good explanation on how they are dealing with them.
Okay, thank you, Gerard. Please, could you share your view on this topic?
Yes, so changes on rosters as per roster publication anticipation is essential. So they must be notified to crew members as soon as possible so they can reorganize their race periods and also their private life. And it's also important to remark that my colleague said that not all the changes have the same impact in terms of crew stress and crew fatigue. So we may divide them in two different boxes, no? Minor impact changes and major impact changes. So minor impact changes are those that are not really a big deal. So maybe a change on the destination, but they respect the initial flight duty period. But all kind of changes that directly affect to the rest period by changing or reducing them, like for example, an increasement of flight duty period, increase of workload, entering into the window of night duty or the rest of the disruptive schedules, or even encroaching one of your days off that you have previously assigned. So these changes, they really have a very important impact on the crew stress and by consequence, crew fatigue. So operators and authority must focus on this box of major impact changes in order that they establish procedures in order to monitor and limit this type of changes. And all this has to be documented at the OMA Chapter 7 in order that crew members are aware of it and also authorities. And as Santiago said, it's very important to create and implement a program in order to record the level of accumulated fatigue of each crew member so that operators may have this information and arrange roster by trying to balance the level of fatigue of all the crew members of the company.
Okay, thank you. Terry, please.
Hi, so yeah, I agree. Not all roster changes are a negative thing. We do allow crew voluntary roster swaps at EasyJet. And if we have these on a roster, we see like a pretty pink S where it shows that it was a voluntary thing. Obviously, there are times where maybe a crew member goes out of hours for their duty tomorrow, and then obviously it's then a necessary roster swap. And we would always then try to implement a change that isn't large on that roster. So we've just recently had a new couple of tools that are coming in for this summer. So the ICC team now have a crew violation advisor, which allows them to filter the violation occurrence report so that they can look at more critical violations more quickly. And they've just recently got a new crew violation resolver, which is then working with AI, that is then giving them the most suitable crew member to do that duty. So again, not all roster changes have to be negative, and it's trying to then manage those ones that are bigger. And certainly if you have more significant things, I have recently seen someone where we were aware of something that was happening at a certain aerodrome, and actually we were able to delay the crew by more than 10 hours. So they then had a proper rest before they could actually operate that sector back. And it was only just a one sector day, but that then is better than those crew members sitting around at an airport not knowing quite what's going to happen.
Okay, thank you, Terry. Antonio?
We all cabin crew need clear definitions on non-permissible and permissible roster changes. And unions are not the only responsible for that lack of information. The operators are responsible for drafting the operation manuals and applying them, applying the rules, changes regarding changes to the rosters. But this lack of direct dialogue between the cabin crew and the NCA, but the communication between the NCA and the operators makes us the weaker part. And that's something we have to fight with in the field of obligations. The cabin crew today demands a higher level of online channels with the NCAs to gain more confidence when faced with questionable orders. And let me just foresee, I see cabin crew filling in some formulas in the coming times for the NCAs for them to get the backup and relevant information to make things change. Here we suggest NCAs to gather and publish binding conclusions for topics. For example, the famous one, roll down the table when extending FTPs. And finally, the FAQ is a tool, but it's a good tool, but it's still to develop all the deliverance potential they have. The FAQ inform, but I think the FAQ can be wider and more often published and things like that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So changes to roster, I guess, first of all, we have to define changes, right? And that's something we're trying to do. Changes could be positive sometimes, and other times could be negative with a major impact or a minor impact has been set on the table. So what we really should be pointing or aiming at is let's define those changes that are critical. Let's call them critical. And they should probably be defined in an operations manual. These changes are critical, these are not. Obviously, a change started or initiated by the crew member will not be critical. Might be critical for his fatigue. He should probably get the information if, for example, a BMM states a different fatigue value after this change. He should get this information because he will have to manage this, but it will not be critical for his personal decision on how to manage rest. So which changes are critical? That's the first thing that we should define. I think any change that affects your rest period is critical. And I'm saying affecting on purpose, because if you decrease the rest period, you're obviously having a smaller opportunity to rest. So that is a critical change. But also increasing the rest period sometimes may have an effect on how you manage your sleep, because your duty might be ending later or starting earlier. So that could also be, even if your rest period is being increased, that could also be a critical change, and that should probably be defined as well. And of course, any change extending the flight duty period will be critical. And in this sense, a change is not only something that happens 1, 2, or 3 days before the flight, but if once you get to the airport, your flight duty period is being extended for whatever reason, that is also a change somehow, because something has changed from what was written on the paper. And we really think that we cannot expect crew members to be able to fulfill or to fly for a maximum FTP which doesn't correspond to them. I'm thinking, for example, of a flight duty period for a 2-pilot flight that somehow, at some point, because of a delay on the flight, a 3rd pilot is activated, and now you have to go to a 17 flight duty period instead of the previous 12. So this is something that is a change. It is right before the operation, but it affects the flight duty period because it's extended, and it should clearly be considered a critical change and probably not executed at all. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Santiago, how do you manage this topic in Vueling?
Okay, Luis said nobody change is the same, and Gerard said there are major changes and minor changes. That's true. So it's important to define in our manual, operational manual, we consider tailing changes. And how Inigo said, these are disruptive with your rest, minoring your rest. In our company, you use the buffer of rest and planning, because the route for me, to allow the many changes is a robustness in the planification. And to training, I have to talk with the network to the top management. There are no operators, they buy slots, but they don't know how fatigue works in the crew members. So we invest a lot of hours training our managers and our first operators, like crew members, crew control operators, agents, to avoid when, at the beginning, years ago, when I started, they said, you have a change. Oh, and the captain calls, oh, what happened? It's legal. It's legal. Why? Because it's it's 5 minutes before the maximum FPD, and it's okay. That's legal. Now they never say that. After many courses of training, they give another reasons. There are some problems with an airport, with an aircraft. You have a change. We limited the change, maximum 2, after 2 changes a month. Company pay for the change. There are limits that 1 a month extend 2 sectors more without asking to the crew member. Another tool we have is the rostering review. The same process with the model, we review the pre-publication rosters. We, every Monday, analyze the change during the published schedule. Every Monday, we review all the crew members' fatigue, and we make some new recommendations in this roster review document we share with the crew tracking and crew control. And the crew control agents, we work very tight with them. They are firefighters. They are, when something happens, they don't have time to planify, to think, and to give some solutions. They need tools very quick. So we are a tool we call cross fatigue. They have in his dashboard the fatigue of when they are to activate and standby pilots, the fatigue of the captain and the first officer. And there are an alert if they are above some score, 5.2. One of them, they have to try to find another combination of pilots. So because they need some very visual, quick solution to manage this change. I think that's all.
Okay, thank you, Santiago. And our last challenge in FTL implementation is the unforeseen circumstances management. And to deal with, the regulation establishes 2 ways, the commander discretion and the delay reporting. From your point of view, what are the key points for the successful use of these 2 ways, these 2 resources? Please, Luis.
Yes, for me, first, regarding commander's discretion, it's all about non-punitiveness. I think it's clear in the regulation that non-punitiveness is applicable to both the use or the non-use of the commander's discretion. But apparently, there are complaints about some operators that may are applying an unjust policy about a commander that refuses to use the commander's discretion. So I think this is going to be more clear even in the regulation in the future, but it's good to clarify this point. It's not possible to apply an unjust policy. And for delayed reporting, which was introduced in the EROPS regulation, we see that some operators use it very little. Other operators use it more frequently. We haven't found any significant issues with the use of delayed reporting. We know the main features. They have to record the notification. They have to use the rules to calculate the maximum FTP, etc. What we ask the operators is to define clearly in the operation manual the minimum and maximum notification time, the interval when you can call the crew member. Because if you call the crew member too early, he or she may be still asleep, and if you call very late, maybe he or she has left the accommodation the accommodation. So it's important to define and to respect this interval. And I think for that it's a good idea, or maybe it's a good idea, to distinguish between home base and out of base, because sometimes out of base, the accommodation place is near the reporting time, the reporting place. So maybe there, out of base, you can adjust the minimum advance notification time.
Okay, thank you. Gerard, please.
Okay, so actually commanded discretion currency for us at least is a serious, today is a serious matter of concern, because we have detected some operators that are not applying properly this procedure. And it seems that they think that this procedure is an obligation for the commander and it's a service to the passenger. So on those situations, some crew members were somehow pushed to perform commanded discussions. And if they did not apply it, they had to justify why not. And in some cases, they were even receive disciplinary penalties. So from my point of view, and I think that the point of view of all of us in this room today, this is completely unacceptable. This affects direct to the safety, and they are not applying properly the procedures. So this is, I have to remark that this is happened to crew members based in Spain, but working for an operator with a non-EASA supervision POC, okay? So for that reason, we think that there should be made some amendments on the current FTL regulations. First of these amendments, as I said before, should be to require operators to notify always that a commanded discussion situation occurs. It doesn't matter that because of the current regulation only requires the operator to notify the authority if the flight duty period exceedance is more than 1 hour. So you have to think that we are missing, we have a really big gap, and we are missing a lot of reports of many commanded discussion situations that are happening, and nobody is aware of them, and nobody controls them. So there should be also implemented a system, in that case, for the authority to collect all this data, all these reports from commanded discussions, and implement a program to make an average of how many commanded discussions are given per operators and per number of flights. So in that way, we may have an average of commanded discussion among all the European airlines, and it will be very easy to identify if one specific operator goes far beyond that average. So that means that something should be changed on the schedule of that operator, and of course it will reinforce the safety of the operations. And well, according to delay reporting, we think that authorities should must specify standardized standard minimum period of time from which operators are required to notify crew members that they have a delay on its reporting time, because currently it's up to operator discretion when or how and when to advise crew members that the reporting time has been delayed. So, for example, for one operator, this period of time could be half an hour, for the operator 1 hour, and for the operator maybe 2 hours. So, in order to reduce the level of fatigue of all crew members and in Europe, there should be established this standardized minimum period of time. And of course, this has to be done through scientific research and by experts. And in that way, we will be able to, by one side, increase the rest period on the at-home base or at the hotel of the crew members, and by other side, we will be able to reduce the time of awakeness of crew members. Instead of waiting at the airport 1 or 2 hours until the aircraft arrives, they are at the hotel resting and then reducing the level of fatigue.
Okay, thank you, Gerard. Terry, how do you deal with these unforeseen circumstances in EasyJet?
Hi, so we actually possibly complicate this slightly in as much as we have commander's authority and commander's discretion. Because of that legacy look and feel to our rosters, we actually have phased FTP tables depending on crew rank and country. So sometimes actually a crew member is only operating into commander's authority, not actually fully commander's discretion. But either case, we expect the crew members to be contacted within an hour, either via ACARS or a phone call, and it's compliance and training then audit all of those records. So if we ever think something hasn't been completed correctly, we raise a violation occurrence report in SafetyNet. Sometimes we think that it was unpreventable, that it was only a few minutes before departure of the final sector, that kind of thing. Or sometimes we think it's commander's authority or commander's discretion, and then we seek the paperwork to come into us. So yeah, we've possibly made that a little bit more complicated, but we do always ensure that the crew member is contacted within an hour. With the delaying at home, if possible, we would always try to do that if it was a delay of more than 45 minutes. Some crew groups were allowed to contact at 90 minutes before, some are 2 hours before. But as we all appreciate, it's actually nicer if you can swap the lines of flying around and actually get rid of that delay for the crew and the passengers. So it is a tricky one, but as I did mention earlier, there are times where I have picked up that we've delayed a crew by more than 10 hours and given them a full rest period. But yeah, it is definitely tricky to try and get the crew before they've left their place of rest and that you know that it's a significant delay that you can't get rid of.
Okay. Antonio, please.
About the commander's discretion, both delayed reporting, they cannot be jackpots coming from the SME. The principle should not be applied home basis, as Gerard said. I cannot agree more with you. Must be strictly reinforced because at home base you have the fullest resources on aircraft and crew replacements. Captain's or commander's discretion at home base often appears as operations management decision. It works both ways. It's command for commander and command from commander. We must all work together to minimize the misuse of such authority given. And I'd like you to bear in mind that our concern with FTPs can be potentially extended to from 18 to 21 hours. As Inigo said before, 18 to 21 hours, which is absolutely infrequent in civil professions. No, none of them, but us. And about the delayed reporting, I'd like to emphasize that delayed means delayed, not earlier reporting. Operators should not play with a back and forth, you know, because it makes you a standby crew member, and you're not a standby crew member. So the rules must be clearly developed, or blocks, block of times, critical or non-critical, delay reporting. But delay reporting, we suggest that all competent authorities publish codes of best practices for the general knowledge. The NCAs can definitely make cabin crew report at last, because the cabin crew, we are the last to report. But we need to hear and read from the NCAs to give back the information. That's all for now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So first of all, the question on how tools or experiences on successful use of commander's discretion. So first of all, commander's discretion, we're not looking for success, we're looking for safety, right? So key points for a safe application of commander's discretion is the first thing we should be looking at. And this is a very serious topic, right? Commander's discretion. How could we say that it has been applied successfully? Well, first of all, if it's a discretion, which currently sometimes it is, sometimes it's not. And second of all, if it's the commanders, if it's the captains, because that's the name, right? Commander's discretion. So if he's being pushed or even a decision is somehow being taken by the operator, then this is not a discretion and this is not the commanders anymore. So this is a different thing that we're talking about. The ECA, the European Cockpit Association, did a survey on pilots. It had a good rate of response among European pilots. The conclusions were that 3 in 5 pilots were extremely, moderately, or highly concerned about negative consequences for not applying commander's discretion. 3 out of 5 are, deeply concerned about the negative consequences. And the reason for this is that currently pilots are being pushed to find reasons not to apply commander's discretion, whereas we should be looking for reasons to apply commander's discretion. So if the delay is that of the aircraft and we knew from early in the morning, then the circumstances didn't happen at or after the reporting time, as the ruling says, and therefore this was known and commander's discretion is not available. We have to understand commander's discretion as a tool for the commander, not as a tool for the airline or as a tool for the operation. It is a tool for the commander to enhance the operation, but it is the commander's discretion, as the name says. So again, find reasons to apply it. It should be a tick in the box of the 4, 5, or 6 different conditions under which you could be applying commander's discretion, rather than, oh, I'm not applying commander's discretion because this happened. And of course, it goes without saying, but the fact that the commander does not apply commander's discretion should never have to be accompanied with a fatigue report. And this is something we are seeing in different airlines. The fact that you didn't apply commander's discretion doesn't mean that you were extremely fatigued at that point, but you maybe knew on an anticipated basis that you were going to be fatigued, either you or any of your crew. I'll go back to the training part that I mentioned before. Obviously, training on commander's discretion is mandatory for crews, is mandatory for not just commanders, captains, but also for the whole crew, for the co-pilots, for the cabin crew. The training should be more specific. It should be operator focused. We strongly push for training that is focused or tailored for the specific operator. A training on fatigue, a training on commander's discretion shouldn't be generic information on how to sleep and things not to do. It should also be things on what, yes, you should do, and in this specific pairings which are critical for this operator, how should you manage this? And it should be based on the operator's experience. If we have more fatigue reports in the flights to Havana and back, then specific recommendations on how to manage those specific time schedules. So train the crews in order to detect their fatigue levels, train your captains in order for them to have the appropriate tools to apply commander's discretion. And finally, just a closing statement. I don't know if I'm being a bit long here, but...
There is time left, so...
Okay, good.
You have time to speak.
Okay, so this Bain-Simmons report from ECA that I was mentioning before, July 2023, we had a very, for me, it was a big warning. 3 out of 4 pilots declared that they had at least 1 microsleep in the past 4 weeks before they answered the survey. 3 out of 4 pilots. This means you take 2 flights in the last 4 weeks. In one flight, both pilots, and in the other one, at least one of them had a microsleep. This is the result of today's 4 key points that we are answering to, 4 key questions. This is the result of a difference between the rule and reality. There is a difference between what's written and what's being executed by operators and sometimes, of course, by flight crews. So we need stronger guidance. We need to manage fatigue. I have a quote here from document 9966. The first paragraph says, as fatigue cannot be eliminated, it must be managed. Management means resources.
Okay,
thank
you. Santiago.
I will be brief.
You have time in
Sorry.
No, I will be brief.
Please take your time.
I agree with Inigo. It's a safety issue, the commander discretion. We are talking about beyond the limit of 13 hours, 12 hours, 13 hours operating. This morning we showed the scientific studies that the models beyond the 13 hours awake, they are not scored. They are slight curve, but we don't know if they rise exponentially or linear. So we don't know studies. And we are talking crew members that fly more than 12, 13 hours more a day. We know that the performance, human performance after being awake 12, 13, 14 hours, decline very fast. So I agree with Inigo that is a safety issue. In my company, commander received training, of course, and before to apply the commander discretion, they have to support the duty pilot. He knows the meteorological weather conditions and in the destination and the crew control. But my company is very residual use. It's very rare to use this resource because we are 16 bases, as I said at the beginning, and if we are standby resources at the base, at the home base, is not allowed to practice the commander's description. Statistics in 2023, the average were 5.2 hours a month. So there are months with 0 minutes of pilot description, 1 month with 8 hours. We know the experience, the personal experience is very important, not only the regulations, because we know Europe in summer is very crowded, so we need more buffer in our planification. In the flight duty period, we need more buffer in the summer than in winter operations. So the route is to planify correctly. So I just say in 2023, 5 hours, 0.2, and in 2024, we reduced to use of unforeseen circumstances at 5 hours a month by captains, because it's not allowed to leave the base if there are some standby resource. I think that's all.
Okay, there is time left, so maybe to finish this panel, could you give us a headline, a key point to face with all these challenges as a whole in a cooperative way, only a headline?
Yes, I would like to mention safety culture and confidence between the different actors of this movie. I remember Flavio told us about this is about shared responsibility, authorities, operators, crew members, and I want to emphasize that idea. Confidence between us, and confidence is something that we build over the years, but we can lose it in 1 minute. Inigo mentioned some bad practices when, for example, a commander received a pressure or a punishment or something like that, immediately confidence is out. So for me, confidence joined with safety culture.
Perfect. And you, Gerard?
Hi, so what I just summarized it in one phrase.
Like
I will say that fatigue and malpractice kills, so don't let them get in.
Thank you.
I'll go with just culture.
I'll say just 2 sentences, about 30 words. FRMS, what we have learned and how new technologies can help us better fight the fatigue. The time for online information has come. And finally, EASA has access to all our emails.
I'll say more training will lead to more fatigue reports, which will give the system the information it needs to manage crew fatigue.
To cooperate, to share knowledge, to hear the operational first operators. Regulations are good, but we need to know with the reportings how the rules are effective day to day, and as Luis says, trust in our stakeholders to improve the safety and fatigue issue.
Okay, thank you very much for all your valuable contributions to this panel. To finish, let me share with you some closing remarks. You have talked about how important the proactive management of the rosters is and the benefits of using predictive tools to build and to manage the changes, but combined with other tools. The huge importance of providing crews with high quality training to both identify and manage fatigue. Regards to the FTL regulation should be a live regulation being updated and improved, taking into account the best practices and the lessons learned. Some of those practices mentioned in this panel. And finally, all of you have highlighted the need of building together a robust safety culture in the operators as a key point to deal with all these challenges in FTL regulation implementation. And there is time left, so we are going to answer some of the questions raised by the audience.
Yeah, thanks for that. That was really good discussion, and I think particularly from my side, as somebody trying to promote and spontaneous applause. I think some of the points you raised, all of them were so relevant to the discussion, and particularly from my side as somebody trying to ourselves communicate better on this topic, and particularly there's lots of operators we work with who are also trying to do the same things to their crews. So to kind of get these detailed things of the information that we can get better at providing, I think was really important, and just all the topics were really interesting. So we were going to start to go with the different polls. So this is the one from this session here. So we asked the audience, in your view, what's the greatest impact on crew fatigue? So it's interesting. Changes to published roster came out top with 59%. Contents of the rosters, all 32%. Use of commander's discretion, 5%. Publication date of the rosters, 3%. So I think it kind of fits the discussion, I think, quite well. I think anything that impacts as individuals, I think, Claire, you talked about that really well as well, is how the more foresight we can give our crews, the better. And I know the different panelists talked about that quite a lot. Commander's discretion, I think it's one of those topics where when it's done well and used well, it's effective. And then it's like a on-off switch. Is all of a sudden, when there is a problem with it, there's a problem, and how do we solve it, and how do we talk about it? I think that, actually, that's what you were talking at the end there about commander's discretion. From our side, particularly, I think about the promotion side. We've talked a lot about kind of the fundamental use of commander's discretion, but I can imagine a lot of smaller operators particularly, who maybe don't have the kind of material to share as training and that kind of thing. So I've got that as a note of something we can certainly help provide more promotion and training material on. So that's a useful one. So that's a good poll. Any comments from any of the panel on the poll and thoughts that match what you were thinking? Cool. Can we go to the next poll then, Clint? So we're just going to go to the other poll, but we have to flip it off and then flip it back again. So we'll go to the poll. Are we going to the poll? Yes. Hopefully for the audience online, this isn't too confusing. Oh, that's the one we just did. Ooh. Here we go. Does your airline apply appropriate FRM principles and tools to manage crew fatigue? Yes. Excellent. No. Airline fails to understand FRM as a management tool. Seems inappropriate. Ooh, dropped off the end. That's quite a tough. some of these polls make perfect sense when you put them in the system, but when you see them shown on the screen, it doesn't always help. But that sounds like one we can go away and see what we can get from it and see how that helps what we do afterwards. Maybe we look at the data and report back after the break. Oh, there we go. Which subtype of night duties ranks first in terms of probability of high levels of fatigue at top of descent? Type 1, type 3? FDP with an end time at 6 hours or later and start time 01:59 or earlier. Oh, here we go. Oh, we can scroll through. Excellent. FDP's ending at 6 hours or later. Afternoon late departures with local arrival time around the end of the walk hall. Yeah. FDP with an end time at 6 or later. Multiple sectors long duty, sequence of long night duties. Repetitive early morning sector starts. I know that was something that came up in Vienna quite a bit, particularly where as an operator you have early starts trying to make connections. I remember Austria in particularly were talking about that, with everybody kind of trying to get the early flights into Vienna from different parts of Europe to then make connections to transatlantic, and how they managed that particularly was an interesting, it always sticks in my mind, that particular challenge. Transitional duties with long turnaround time. Oh, there's lots of really useful stuff there that we can use in follow-up promotion and other material. So that's interesting. Is it possible to scroll through the other poll, Clint? The one that went yes, 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 yes. Oh no, we've got this one first. Okay. What predictive tool model do you use? Boeing alertness model. So no. Safe is coming soon. PSWM. Bidding, registering of control rest, PSWM, safe, care. This is from yours earlier. Yeah. It's interesting to see the different things that people are using, and I know that certainly a lot of the side discussions, I see people comparing notes about how they do it, which is always good to see in the discussions. What are the main regulatory grey areas? Oh, sorry. Oh, that's for later. Yeah. Clint, are there any more polls you want to share, or have we covered the most? Yeah, perfect. As I say, we'll summarize what we can and find the best way of presenting the material that we get and sharing it afterwards. So we go to the questions then. To the panel, how should crew members deal with operators who do not take fatigue seriously and believe that compliance with limits prevents fatigue? I guess particularly from the union side, do you provide advice to crews on how to handle situations like that?
Yes, we try to. We are not the only source. Yeah. We declare ourselves not the only source. Yeah. We shouldn't be the only source. I think our cabin crew should talk more frequently with the big uncle.
Yeah, may I? Easy question to start, right? I think probably fatigue management, since I mentioned in my last sentence, it needs training and it needs time. So if specific operators are not managing fatigue or think they are managing fatigue by following prescriptive rules, which is funny that you would think that, but if that is the case, then it probably, what you should push for is better training. I think that is the first step in the chain. Better training for the crews will mean more reports, will mean showing operators that they have an issue that they need to solve.
Yeah, that's one of the, I guess, the wider things in aviation generally is the concept of how do we collectively learn as an industry, and that, you know, even the talking fundamentally about the balance between, you know, we always say safety is our #1 priority, but sometimes that simple phrase makes it hard to have a conversation about the balance between safety and operational efficiency. And yeah, I think it's that just how can we get more comfortable as an industry having difficult conversations with ourselves, with each other, with management and staff and in organisations. And I think this kind of conversation is a great way to do that. I think it's really interesting. Any other thoughts or comments on that? I see that was quite impressive, the way those little TV screens came up to show the questions to the panelists here. Okay, we'll move on to the next one. EasyJet and Vueling, what kind of KPIs do you use to measure roster stability? Is that an easy one to answer?
Hear me now?
Yeah.
So as I mentioned earlier, we do put some slides about roster stability in our fatigue safety action group. They have been in place for quite a number of years, because I can remember the gentleman that came up with the idea. It is something that we would still like to see worked on more for the future. So there's definitely scope for improvement, but we know that we at least have a metric there currently that is working. But yeah, I would agree, as we talked about earlier, some roster changes, when they're from something relatively similar, just a change in destination, that has a lot less impact on a crew member's life than one that is more significant and more lengthy.
And I guess it's like any KPI, that as long as you use it as part of the conversation and not just as a, there's the data, there's a fact, thank you. Yeah, it drives your decision making in the right way. I think that's the important thing, isn't it? Did you have a point from Vueling at the end? Yeah.
Yes, in Vueling we use two KPIs. One is the change with less than 24 hours, that they are not allowed to adapt the rest period, and changes with more than 24 hours, that two indicators. At the end of the month, we are always an indicator is how many standbys are published and how many are used, and how many days of reserve are published and how many are used. And last year we make a study of how increased the fatigue, the use of reserve days during all 2023. It was on 14%. We measure with the models again. We need a model to measure how do you publish the fatigue, and when you finish the year, how that increase, because the use of changes.
Okay, that makes sense. Cool. We move to the next one. What changed at the organisation with the approval of the FRMS within the FTSS? What benefits were there? That's for Vueling, I guess, again, was it? Yeah. Does that question make sense? Yeah.
Well, yes, I understand. Yes, I understand. Well, again, the prescriptive rules are very simple for us. You need to adapt the operation to the study of fatigue. So we, first of all, we increased our staff. At the beginning, it will be alone. After one psychologist, one analyst. We are 9 people working in the human factors. The benefits that when some people report, the feedback is with less than 72 hours. We try to give feedback for the fatigue report, because there are 2 big fatigue reports. The real, that is just okay, you are tired, you were tired, but we are a proactive report is preventive fatigue, and we try to analyze and make solution, mitigate if we have time. So this is a benefit for the crew member. And in 2023, the planification area by another model, the BAM, and we reduced the highest scores of Samperelli, less than 5.3 from the use of this new model in the optimization, because they are compatible. So the benefits is the safety was improved in our organization.
Okay, thank you. So we move on to the next one. Are there a set of rules published in the ops manual on how changes are applied to the roster? Is that something as operators that's written down? I guess there's quite a lot of variables there, so you probably don't have so many. It's not so easy to write something down, because as soon as you do, something new is going to come up that you hadn't thought of that might then make life more complicated.
Yes, well, actually, maybe not really how the changes are applied, but there is a concept that it's quite interesting and important in our current operator, that it's the term of fatiguing changes. So they have already implemented a rule in order to identify some those changes that are especially fatiguing. So they require a higher time of rest time, and they consider for the future schedules on the roster.
Okay, so it's what you were. So there was some discussion in the middle of the panel about understanding what was the most impacting changes at an individual level into that context. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Is that something you do at EasyJet, for example, where I think you talked about that in the panel already?
We have a bit in our OMA that talks about what commander's authority is, or what commander's discretion is, and what constitutes unforeseen circumstances. Obviously, it can't detail absolutely every eventuality, but it goes a long way towards having that conversation.
Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Yeah, and I think the more we can guide people, at least that's good. So we go to the next one. CMD applies, commander's discretion applies to the maximum FDP, not to the rostered FDP. An extension of the rostered FDP that does not go beyond max FDP is outside the commander's discretion protocol. I think that's more of a statement from Marina. Just to reinforce the point. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you want to?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that we speak about the same thing, because commander discretion is on maximum FDP according to the maximum tables. And the rostered FDP, if it is like 8 hours and you are like pilot required to extend to 9 hours, this is not commander discretion. So thank you very much.
If we go to the next one, then, is it possible to improve fatigue management if there are not any reports from crew, and how? So I'm going to give my thought. I'd be interested if everybody agrees with this. So certainly in organisations I've worked in the past where we've not had reports, if you go into a crew room and have a conversation with a bunch of staff, they will have an opinion that will hopefully, in the right organisation, give you ideas on how to improve something. I think just talking to people about a problem is something that makes a great start. So for me, you don't need reports. The more reports you have, the better. But in a sense, sometimes people need to look you in the eye to feel they can trust you to raise the report in the first place. So I don't know, interested on people's experiences. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, John. I agree with you. And I can suggest also the possibility of launching a survey in order to get data.
Yeah, things like focus groups, surveys, anything you can do to catch the data. Any other thoughts, or we move on to the next one? Yeah, okay, we'll go to the next one. Within your airlines, how do you notify crews about delayed reporting without disturbing their rest periods? Is there any best practices and things that you find better than other things? Claire, sorry, we keep coming back to you.
So at EasyJet, we will try and delay crew, as I said earlier, if it is more than 45 minutes and we know that we can't get rid of the delay. We would then put it into what we call the man with the briefcase in the airline information management system. The crew can actually choose to pick up that change themselves at home if they choose to. If they don't, we would then contact them either 90 minutes before report or 120 minutes before report if they haven't done that. But yeah, it is up to them. On occasions, they will pick it up themselves from home.
So it's kind of trying to make the best use of the systems and tools you've got. Any other thoughts on that one or comments? Maybe from Vueling, do you have anything? How do you keep your staff updated? And in terms of updating staff, if there's a roster change and things like that, without disturbing them too much?
We are 20 minutes after report, and sometimes before report, you can notify. And they are passive, like SMS. that don't disturb the rest. If you call, you interrupt the rest, and there you need the minimum rest before flying.
Cool. Thanks for that. So we go to the next one, to the whole panel. Is it a common belief that the 33% rule, which requires schedule changes where more than 33% of flights exceed the max FDP, provides an adequate buffer? Clint's challenging us there. Do you want to say something on that, Irina? No.
You are the expert. Well, this is the rule. And we have asked this question many years, and we didn't get any feedback that can make us change the rule. So please, it is important. If you have data that shows this 33 is too high, and we have to capture problems lower than that, please feel free to come to us and justify. Yeah, we have no data. It's just maybe a thought or a feeling, but we don't work with feelings. So thank you very much for future data coming to us.
Excellent, thanks for that. We take the next one. What can be considered as a roster change? Change of destination, change of type of duty, change from standby. I guess the list, the longer you operate, the bigger the list gets. I guess it's pretty much anything that impacts the staff member, I guess. There's probably much else to say on that one. And then the last one there, home base or company crew hub. Transnational airlines have multiple crew hubs where the crew should be able to support commander's discretion, should not happen. I guess that's a tough one when, it's not that home base is one base. Sometimes it can be, again, I guess that's part of the conversation, is where's the places where you have those kinds of resources and where's they're not, and it's how you have those conversations again. Yeah. Okay. Any other comments or thoughts from the panel? Covered everything. Excellent. Thank you very much. We give the panel another round of applause. Thanks again. We'll take a break and come back at 1600, 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Let's see different practical examples of how predictive tools are being implemented in a day-to-day operations and the scientific background of such tools. We have with us for this panel discussion Safety Fast, Robert Mora, and Dr. Jamie Devine. Is Jamie good? Okay, thank you. So Dr. Jamie Devine for Safety Fast is the director of sleep science at the Institutes for Behavior Resources. She is an expert in sleep behavior in operational populations. I make a short introduction, in order to avoid any fatigue. Okay, so. Okay, and then we have Robert Mora. Is Mora? Is it Spanish or no? Mora. Italiano. Okay. So has been the product director for the Institute of Behavior Resource Safety Fast Fatigue Risk Management System since 2015. With over 20 years of product development, business, and operational experience, he has helped numerous aviation organizations increase their efficiency through state-of-the-art software solutions. Then we have Martin Hughes. Cherry has told already about him. So coming from EasyJet. Okay, he's the developer of the in-house biomathematical model in EasyJet is FRAM, no? F-R-A-M. He has been working on aviation safety for 17 years. Okay. And of course, he's an analyst, fatigue risk management analyst and development manager in EasyJet. Then we have Sasa. Welcome. Sasa Leal Denver. Okay. She works in Europa. Well, she has worked in Europa since 1997, so a few years ago. Currently, she's a cabin crew and fatigue risk management manager, sorry. And of course, FTL. She's also part of the FTL expert group at EASA level. Well, I think that I've presented all of you, so go ahead. You can stay here or there. Or whatever.
Okay. So I am Jamie Devine. I am the Director of Sleep Science at the nonprofit that licenses SafetyFast, Institutes for Behavior Resources. I'll be passing it off to Robert Mora in a few minutes. He's the Product Director for SafetyFast. So the first thing we want to establish before I get into the examples I'm going to show is that predictions are based on prior measurements. And a lot of the models either use subjective alertness, like the KSS or the Samparelli, or objective alertness, like the psychomotor vigilance task. So these predictions are based on measurements of these real-world measures and laboratory measures of alertness and fatigue. So I'm going to show some examples of studies that I think demonstrate what we know about fatigue in the context of sleep and circadian rhythms very clearly. So this was a laboratory study done where 36 participants came into the lab. They either received 10 hours of sleep or 6 hours of sleep. And these were the same people. So it's them compared against them when they have less sleep. At the end of those weeks, in both cases, there was a night of total sleep restriction. So what this study showed is you can see, of course, that those who were sleep deprived are already performing worse. They are reporting more fatigue. Their reaction times are slowed compared to those who had 10 hours of time in bed, so more than enough time to get the sleep they needed. Of course, at the end of the week, we see that everybody's performance is getting worse, regardless of whether they had sleep restriction leading into it or not. But those who have more sleep are doing better than those who had less sleep. That being said, even though we know that sleep loss drives fatigue, not all sleep opportunities are created equal. So here on the right, we have the prior sleep-wake model, a diagram showing that. On the left, we have a diagram showing a circadian urge to be awake, where high is you want to be awake and low is you want to be asleep. So the prior sleep-wake model is very good for saying in the past 24, 48 hours, how much sleep have you had? We know that sleep is one of the most important things that's going to drive fatigue. So if you have your sleep opportunities occurring during night, that's ideal because now you are sleeping when your biology also wants to be asleep. However, if that opportunity is shifted, you could find yourself falling into either of these zones where it's going to be more difficult to get that quality sleep, and that would be during the daytime. That being said, even though we know that time of day is affecting your ability to sleep, it is also independently affecting your ability to perform. So in this study, individuals came in, they either got a sleep opportunity between every PVT, so those black bars, that is sleep, those dots are a PVT. They either had plenty of sleep or they were sleep deprived the entire time. These PVTs occurred overnight, and you can see even those who had the best possible sleep conditions were still performing worse in the middle of the night. This is biological, it is unavoidable. Here's another simulation of jet lag. So in this study, people came into the lab. They either had 8 hours of time in bed or 4 hours of time in bed. And then as you can see, these sleep periods are being shifted. So it is simulating crossing time zones and having sleep opportunities at different times of the day. Again, we see those who had shorter sleep are performing worse than those who had plenty of sleep. But what we also see is there are these dips in PVT and KSS, even for those who had the most sleep, the 8 hours of sleep. As you can see, I believe Dr. Ankerstedt said earlier, that the KSS shows more difference than the PVT in this situation. So that subjective fatigue is picking up on something that those reaction times may be slightly resilient or insensitive to. So when you're talking about predicting fatigue, sleep is always going to be important. However, time of day is important as well, not only because the time of day affects your ability to sleep, it also independently affects performance capability. And the same is true of jet lag. So if you are misaligned, then you will have difficulty getting that quality sleep, but you will also have difficulty performing even if you've gotten enough sleep. And that's why I think those examples feed really well into the kinds of regulations that EASA has put forth, which is not this is right and this is wrong, but let's take into context, when are you starting? Where are you going? What is your state of acclimatization? Will you be working during the night? And so the science and the regulations for EASA are really in line with what you can expect about that fatigue. That being said, before I turn this over to Robert for the ways that we've been implementing these, I want to say there are different perspectives on fatigue risk management. So from a biomathematical modeling perspective, we are scientists and we are thinking about what is possible. However, the regulatory perspective is what is responsible. And then as much as we would like to not consider this, is it cost effective is always going to be a part of that conversation. And finally, we cannot ignore the fact that we need to be respectful of the individual crew members. And so what is practical is going to be a solution that checks off all of these boxes and considers these different perspectives and why they are important. Okay, Robert, I'll let you take from here.
The 2 slides left. Myself, I'm Robert Mora. My main job is to work with the airlines and organizations that use our system. Thank you. To continually enhance and develop the system. So we have a few slides. We can go back to the presentation. On some of the features that we've built for the operators in the European market. So we need to go back to Jamie's presentation. There's 4 more slides. Yeah. Yep. So it doesn't seem to be working, Jamie. All right. So we'll get right into it. We've added metrics to identify the EASA night duty types. So airlines can upload rostering data, pairing data, and quickly identify schedules that operate on type 1, type 2, type 3 rosters. Then, of course, get their performance metrics. So on the interface down below, some of the key metrics are color-coded. So it draws the user's, the analyst's eye to any problem areas. So the key metric in Safety Fast is effectiveness. It's a PBT, correlated metric. It's a 100-point scale. The higher you are on the scale, The better your performance, the lower you are on the scale, the degraded your performance is going to be. So we can identify not only the night duty types, 1, 2, and 3, we can get some of our key metrics to be displayed. So what the graph is showing there below is the schedules that operate during one of those night duty types and their alertness levels. Another key metric that we've added to the system is, and it's configurable. Some airlines consider top of descent to be 30 minutes prior to landing, some airlines 25 minutes, some 20 minutes. Whatever you want to define top of descent, it's configurable. You can set it in our system and then generate some reports. We want to see their alertness level at top of descents during the EASA night type duties, type 1, type 2, type 3. Another key item, circadian swaps. Again, this is configurable. Some airlines consider early starts, starting between X hour and ending at X hour, and then a late end. This example below is showing 2200 to 3 a.m., all in local time. So what this metric does is identify circadian swaps in pairings and rosters, so the analysts can quickly identify it, and then of course, get their alertness levels during these types of duties. So really the last slide here is, and it should play automatically. There we go. We have a dashboard that these analysts can configure on some of the key metrics that they want to see. And we have a whole library of reports that they can select from, or go and create their own metrics using our reporting module that's within the tool. And they can do a drill down and mitigation strategies right from some of these key reports. And that's it for Safety Fast.
Obviously, you have all been introduced to me earlier by Cherie. So my name is Martin Hughes. I'm currently the Analysis and Development Manager at EasyJet. I have been at EasyJet for 13.5 years. So I'm stood up here today as the developer of EasyJet's bespoke biomathematical model, which we call FRAM, and some of the things in here about how to implement them. But equally, why did we decide to do that? So, to start with, the biomathematical toolbox. Obviously, we've mentioned this a few times today, but multiple models can give you different information based on their strengths and weaknesses. So here we have 3 different models. Each of them has strengths, weaknesses, but actually combined, they make a very useful tool to have. So is it worthwhile having multiple models? So is one enough? Well, the short answer is no, it's not. So hopefully you guys at Safety Fast, see this as a positive. But it does depend on a few things. So firstly, the maturity of FRMS. If you do not have the SME knowledge and the skill set to do it, don't do it. It can actually cause a lot more challenge and confusion. Secondly is your schedule. You may have the perfect schedule for one of the models. Equally, your operational limitations. If you're flying certain routes, certain flights, actually talking earlier about 9 sectors, actually it's how those models work. So, maybe there is one model out there. Decision-making capacity. Do you have the ability within the operation to make decisions with multiple models? SME resource. So actually, is your resource for your SMEs not just in FRMS, but across your operational functions sufficient to be able to utilize each and every part of the positivity of the models? And your research plans. What are you intending to do? What is every airline intending to do? How are you deciding to do it? You have to have an understanding of these things to be able to build up and understand the models, to know whether 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 is actually useful for your airline. And finally, the operational capability. Going back to the FRMS maturity, the maturity and the capability of your operation is also key in knowing whether 1 is enough or not. So science fact or science fiction? So data does not always match the science, and generic data can challenge practical application. So here we have a model. I won't say which. We've obviously de-identified a lot of our bases, but we have Basel showing a massive increase and a very, very high risk. However, this is the reporting from our bases for the same month that we were seeing this. Very, very few reports came from Basel. So actually, what does that say? So we've got the science from the model, but it's not correlating to the system that we're using, hence why the requirement for more than one model. So bespoke biomathematical modeling can help solve this issue. So what are the challenges of developing a bespoke biomathematical model for your airline? Well, firstly, data. You need to have some research, and that's not just a case of, asking people questions and attaching various electronics to them. You need to understand deeply what they're doing. Reporting, I know Cherie mentioned it earlier. I think we received 28,000 fatigue report forms last year, just over. So, we have a good level of reporting, which we can then build up on. And realism, so this was mentioned in the previous presentation. You need to have acceptance and understanding of what your crew members are doing and how they will work. People, you need to have subject matter experts. Computer modelers, although not specifically necessary, are very, very useful. And also independent support. You need to have somebody that's outside of your realm to understand whether what you're doing is actually within the area that you can expect to see positive nature from. Technology, artificial intelligence. I mean, that is the buzzword of the moment, but actually you can use it really well with modeling. If you have the amount of reports that we're getting, you can utilize artificial intelligence to actually give you further information. Analytical tools, looking at what's actually going on. So I know previously we showed the graphs showing actually the models didn't necessarily work for how our schedule was built and what we were seeing reporting. So utilizing those tools can give you enough information. And finally, modeling platforms, whether that's Python, R, or how you're going to design and build your model, even Excel. So how do you build bespoke? Well, you have a roster data set. We have, and the way we've built it is we have a bespoke workload model and we have a bespoke sleep-wake model. So how we've done it is we've then combined the two to give us an output. So what the output does is it utilizes both workload and sleep-wake, because we know where our risks are as an airline from the research that we've done and the reports we've received. So we can build a very, very strong workload model, and equally we can build a bespoke sleep-wake model from a lot of the research that's out there. So the workload model, I'll be very, very brief on this, but how do you actually end up with being able to determine the workload? There are various bits of data that you can use from your rostering system, from any systems that you've used. And then you can then utilize those to contribute to the scoring and mechanisms that come through. Equally, you have to have degradation of those. Obviously, what happens on day one will follow through, but where does it end up? And then the sleep-wake model. The sleep-wake model is similar to what we see across the whole of the biomathematical modeling space. However, because it's bespoke, we can tweak it. For example, we don't do long-haul flights. So therefore, actually, for us, tweaking it to focus more on transitional data and less on the long-haul circadian shift is actually how we've built it. Equally, we have data from all of our crew. So we know, for example, things like commute times and how we can build that in. And finally, this is what we look at. So this is our bespoke biomathematical model. So you'll see the score at the bottom. The blue score is our workload model. And then the red score is combined across the two. So the two duty blocks that we have here, you can see the deviation between when the sleep-wake model is deviating from the non-sleep-wake model. And the future, what does the future look like? So applying biomathematical modeling principles across all human factor data sets. I mean, that is something I think that is possible with the scope and the data and the information that we're gathering as an entirety across the whole of aviation. Development of our own generative artificial intelligence for fatigue research, analysis and reporting. These things, again, with AI becoming such a prevalent thing as part of all of our businesses, developing your own generative AI can actually help support all of the functions and give you additional information. Creation of neural networks using information from internal data structures. When you start gathering further and further information, whether that's from FDM, whether that's from ASRs, CSRs, and fatigue reporting, you can build a neural network that can do a lot of prediction for you. Learning from physics. I'm quite lucky that my biomathematical specialist is a quantum physicist by trade. And he's come with a very, very, very different outlook on actually how you can utilize that within biology. So it's looking at how you can actually think about quantum physics, how you can think about spatial awareness, how you can think about how different parts actually function to be able to build in components to sleep and workload phases. Utilizing internal research. So like I said, we do internal research, we work with the team at NASA Ames. The last study we did, we had 58 participants who all did 20 FDPs, so that works out at just over 1,100 FDPs that we did on research, and we were looking at certain characteristics. So this is where Cherie mentioned earlier, melatonin testing, we were looking at early duties. So the melatonin testing we did was looking at circadian shift and how people shifted for early duties. And you can utilize this to understand your own airline and how they build up. And finally, adaptable biomathematical modeling for individual factors. So commute, chronotypes, psychosocial issues, and resilience. Understanding each of these areas for individual factors is key, and it allows you to build a model which actually can change. And utilizing artificial intelligence and machine learning, having a changeable model within your system for each individual crew member can actually give you a lot more focus. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sorry, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're having a pleasant stay here in Madrid. I'm going to present you Europa, our appropriate FRM, and the predictive tools we're using on our daily operations. So I'm going to be clear and brief and a practical view. Okay. We'll begin with an introduction of Europa and our appropriate FRM, and then we'll present our predictive tools we use in our daily operation. As you certainly know, Europa is a medium-sized, considered flag carrier, private owned. We have 18 Boeing 737 and 25 Dreamliners, and our routes are Latin America, Europe, and US, New York, and Miami. Our hub is in Madrid, but we have several home bases like Barcelona, Malaga, Canary Islands, and of course, Palma and Mallorca. Most of our cabin crews fly both 737 and 787. And we have like 2,000 cabin crew members and 700 flight crew members. In Europa, we have an appropriate FRM, but we have many of the requirements for a full-fledged FRMS. We have a policy, we have a crew fatigue management manual, fatigue reporting system. We held the FSAG 3 times a year with the assistance of the flight crew members and cabin crew members unions. We have also promotion and training. Okay. In the FSAG, we present the pending actions, the most recurrent fatigue reports, which now is our hotels, and the captain seat recline in the Dreamliner, a review of the commander's discretion, of the use of controlled rest, of the not fit for duty, and the performance indicators, of course. All the reports we received are registered in Theos. That's an in-house database. The database is updated every 3 weeks and is fed with all the databases that we have in Europa. How does it work? So we receive the report, we insert it in Theos, and then there you can have all the data you need for the flight that has been registered, the FDM, the load sheet, the ACAS messages, all the relevant information from the investigation, if needed, of the report. And now, after this brief introduction of Europa, I'm going to present the predictive tools we use. So in the next slides, we're going to talk about crew members bidding system, which many of you are for sure familiar with, the process of registering the use of controlled rest, and a short mention to CLAs, and finally about the prior sleep wake model. The bidding system, it ensures that the crew members can select their optimal time of the day to report for duty. They can choose their preferences, so on their work schedules for the upcoming month. Bidding is a flexible system that adapts to the needs of the crew member, trying not to force them to perform a fixed duty. It directly impacts on the quality of life, therefore increasing the levels of safety within the daily operation. That's on internal in-house applications of crew bid, and you can choose your preferences in there. So controlled rest. During controlled rest, flight crew members take a short planned nap during the flight to manage fatigue and maintain alertness, especially during long-haul flights. The main goal of controlled rest is to reduce fatigue and increase flight crew members' alertness during the critical phases of the flight. Our flight crew members have an application where they can insert the data. So it's an in-house build also. The captain is the one responsible to fill all the data. He chooses a flight. He can see the maximum FDP, the day, the registering, the aircraft, the flight number. And then he just feels how many minutes the first officer and he had taken the controlled rest. But what will we do with this data? So the data is stored in the SGT, that is an in-house built scheduling system. And every 2 months, inspections are carried out. So we have an overview of which rotations use this resource the most. We can relate it, for example, to a number of fatigue reports we are receiving. And currently, as many of you know, we have a problem with the captain seat recline in the Dreamliner. So we have many reports about the inefficiency and impossibility of controlled rest. But we don't have any solution for that. And if anyone has a solution for this problem, then please share with us, because they can't recline. Yeah, they can't recline properly. So, yeah. Huh? Yes. So, and on the other hand, I would like to mention very shortly the role of the CLAs, as it says in Commission Regulation 83/2014. CLAs can also be used as useful tool defining crew members' rest for specific FDPs, provide their use rationally, and a balance is struck between the needs of the operator and of those of the crew members. Another predictive tool we have is the prior sleep wake model that Irina mentioned before. So it's a simple mathematical model to calculate the crew fatigue levels. Prior sleep wake model is described in our chapter 7 of the operations manual. And we have developed a program within the same app as controlled rest that the crew members have to perform before they go to flight. So that's the details of they have in their app for the flight. They have the maximum FDP. And you see here that prior sleep wake model, they have to auto-evaluate themselves. They go to the tab prior sleep wake model. And there they go to this another step is the model that assigns point basis on the amount of sleep a crew member has had in 24 and 48 hours. So you just fill up, they made the calculation based on the points, and that you get the risk level. So, and it's based off, of course, in shared responsibility. And that's all for our predictive tools. And soon we'll have crew alert in all the iPads of our crew members. Thank you very much.
So Clint informs me we have some interesting questions. So you've obviously sparked some interest. I know when you go from talking about some theory and then things that people can actually kind of touch and feel and look quite, kind of start really solving problems people have got in their heads. So I think it's quite good that we've helped to get people thinking a little bit more towards the end of the first day. So if we can put the Slido up, we'll see what we've got. Here we go. So there's two first for you both there. So what are the major difference between safety fast and BAM? In fact, if you use the one, you should be able to press the button there.
This button?
Oh, is that right? Which button is it, Sylvia? Sorry, Justin.
Okay. Oh, great. Okay, I will try to keep this short because I love talking about models. So I like to explain the difference between models, like the difference between love songs. They're describing a similar, phenomenon, but some of the differences are in how they describe that. So the safety model is the model within Safety Fast that predicts fatigue as a function of time of day and sleep regulation. The Boeing alertness model is a different mathematical model that describes that same three-process model. So really, if you're using objective sleep data like actigraphy, those models will give you very similar predictions because they are describing our biological imperative to be tired when we are sleep deprived and when it's the middle of the night. The difference that occurs after that is the interface. What are the other things? Like Martin was talking about, those bespoke models. Very few of these systems, I think, are just the equations from the biomathematical modeling. It really is, what have you added on top of that? And how is it configured and who is it designed for?
So I love that thought of the different models. I love talking about safety in terms of songs and things that inspire people a little bit more. It's a great way of thinking of it. So that's awesome. Then the next one, again, for Safety Fast, do you validate the prediction from your model through actual data from your customers to refine the calculation or add new input options?
Yes, both. So we offer an opportunity for you to harmonize the sleep prediction settings against your actigraphy data and make changes specifically for your organization. But then we are usually also doing studies with our users. If they have a question or if they're saying, we don't think these predictions match what we're seeing, we'll do a data collection and compare that against self-report, PVT, fatigue reporting, any kind of data that they're willing to share with us. And when possible, we try to publish that in open access journals. It's not always possible because a lot of the studies that we do were already collected as part of normal operations. And so we have to go through extra hoops in order to make that publicly available.
Just on the inputs, sorry. Yeah, just on the question about inputs. So yes, we work with our customers closely. We have monthly recurring calls with most of our customers, and they're giving us feedback on features to add in the system and actually help develop new metrics and combination of metrics that are applicable to their organization.
And I guess that kind of answers that second question as well. Then it's, yeah, you're kind of continually exploring the application of what you have to specific operators and the way they work. So it kind of, by default, kind of evolves with your relationship with the organization and your understanding of it. Yeah. Excellent. Cool. So if I go to the next one, as I understand, no BAM is able to tackle cumulative fatigue, I guess, model in general. So this has to be captured with other methods. Is that correct, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, something I do like to point out is, yes, fatigue is due to multiple things beyond just lack of sleep. But lack of sleep is such a big part of it that it's like if you were going to try to watch your weight without seeing how many calories you consume, you're missing a huge part of the picture. I think one of the frontiers that we're really excited to be working on is how can we predict or model fatigue arising from other sources? So beyond sleep, beyond circadian rhythmicity, workload is the first thing we've been working on. But eventually, I think with time and with data, we'll be able to understand how these things are contributing to the holistic perception of fatigue that we can capture with something like a KSS or a Samparelli.
Yeah.
So one of the things from this is a case of going back to the bespoke biomathematical modelling. So one of the parts of research that we're focused on over the next couple of years is actually looking at cumulative fatigue, so that build-up, but also looking at it kind of as a long-term fatigue prediction as well. So it's not necessarily looking just at certain criteria like sleep, but actually building up a knowledge base of crew communities so that we can understand and predict and also prevent cumulative fatigue build-up and therefore long-term fatigue risk. So I think, yeah, there's not a huge amount of data at the moment for long-term fatigue. However, it's something that we will be exploring at EasyJet over the next few years.
Interesting. Cool. If we come to the next one for Europa, how do you use the price leak await model for long-haul ops? Is it used only before check-in?
Yes, before you report for duty, you have to do your PSW on your app, and then based on result, you do your action.
Thanks so much. So the next one, bespoke mathematical model in general, how to know the population from which the model is derived is representative for the airline. Any thoughts on that?
Well, a lot of biomathematical modeling is still very much based in that three-process model, which is conserved from bacteria all across to humans. So largely speaking, there's not so much variability in how much sleep human beings are going to need. A lot of it drives down to what is their perception of sleep that they need. But beyond that, when we are working with a user and they want to do their own data collection, we'll offer them a tiered system of checking representativeness. So, how many people can you get? And that's what we will use. And through the data analysis, we'll see what we're working with, all the way to what we can do a power analysis, the understanding that that's designed for laboratory studies as opposed to field work.
Yeah.
So just to add to that, I completely agree. It's all about understanding your crew members, your network, your airline. So to know how to actually answer that question, you need to be able to do that research. You need to be able to understand whether that means getting as many crew members as you can to do some subjective studies to understand whether the model is actually keeping with the population, or whether that is doing a more in-depth study to look at and understand where the representation of the airline sits. So like I said, the difference between short haul and long haul, if you've got both in your mix, actually that might necessitate different viewpoints on the model itself as well. So you have that kind of double-edged sword, I guess, that until you actually understand your crew, you're not going to be able to know what that answer is.
Interesting, thanks. Yeah, it's always good to get different insights like that, how it applies. We had another one jump to the top. For Europa again, are crew members represented by your safety at fatigue safety action group, by association representatives or pilots within the management of the airline?
Yes, they're both unions are represented, cabin crews and flight crew members within the management of the airline. since the beginning, since we stood the Fatigue Safety Action Group.
Cool, thanks. And then another follow-up on the bidding system. The person asking this question, I assume they observe the majority of crew bid for late duty and not enough crew are bidding for early duty. Do you see similar things?
So I have to ask the scheduling manager, but I think that we haven't had any problems with that because we have many flights, different flights, and everyone has his own what he wants. So
yeah, you don't see biases to one side or the other.
Yeah, so we haven't observed any inconvenience with the bidding.
How do you see it?
I was going to say, we actually see it in completely the opposite way. So we see a bias towards early duties at EasyJet from our crew members. So it's obviously dependent on the schedule, dependent on the airline, dependent on the routes that you're operating. So I guess it just depends on that. So, you know, if you're looking at the wider airline, understanding the schedule and what you're about to fly is key. And the other thing with bidding that I think kind of, gets to the crux of a lot of this is, are people bidding for fatigue management purposes or are people bidding for lifestyle purposes? And that's a huge, huge challenge and a huge risk for bidding that I don't think is necessarily taken into account a lot when you're looking at these things.
I remember I have a friend of mine who does this kind of thing for one of the big airlines in the Middle East. And he says it's really interesting where they have obviously lots of crews from different countries that a lot of the national cultural influences that has then on how people bid for different things, whether, they paraphrase with, Northern Europeans like to get up early and go to bed early. Southern Europeans perhaps a little bit different. Then they say, Indians, Africa, different parts of Africa. Kind of, I guess, particularly the bigger the airline, the bigger the spread you have, the more interesting that kind of debate becomes. Cool. So we move on to the next. So the next, again, the one for Air Europa. So one model can work for both short and long haul operations. I guess the answer is yes, because
yes,
we do.
The answer is yes.
And actually, having a discussion. Are there many people? How many people work for operators that do short haul only? Short haul and a mix and long haul only. Well, interesting. We had this debate. I was talking to somebody at the break about, we've predominantly focused on short haul, so it was interesting to get at least a little bit of long haul perspective in the discussion here. So that was good. And then EasyJet, do you cater for post flight rest for cumulative fatigue calculations?
So yeah, ineffective contextual rest, which we mentioned earlier, is one of the calculations that's built in. So not only do we have the sleep-wake model, we also look at whether the rest that the crew members receiving both pre and post flight is actually appropriate for what they're actually due to operate.
Cool. And then another one for Air Europa. What's been the effect after implementing the price per wake model for crew assessment? Did you have an increase, unfit reporting increase or decrease, for example?
No, we haven't had any increase in unfit reporting for duty. It's based on shared responsibility. I mean, training is basics for that before you go to Europe or to your FTP. So I think that's the main point: training and shared responsibility.
Yeah, I think that's it's something that's come out throughout the day, and I remember last year in Vienna as well, this concept of a shared responsibility and then the importance of training have kind of really come out in the discussion, so that's really interesting. So the next one, how are personal factors reflected in the data analysis to manage fatigue? So they're assuming that EasyJet, with your huge number of reports, can identify their importance more, I guess. It's easier to do the more data set you have. But
yeah, I guess there's 2 points to this. So the first point is, as I mentioned in the presentation, obviously the use of artificial intelligence to understand what those importance are for the individual factors. The other thing to say is EasyJet has a non-roster related fatigue report and absence policy, which we call unfit. So we can then utilise that information, that data, to understand where people are actually reporting fatigue through non-roster related factors, and therefore the individual factors play a huge part in that. And with that, I think one of the key things to mention, especially to across the board, is we didn't see increases of absences due to that. We saw shifts from sickness and fatigue, mainly back into this unfit area. So people were then utilising codes that were more appropriate to their specific circumstance.
And I guess it comes back again to that we talked a lot about training and using the system and how to encourage your crews to use the system to help organisational learning, all of that kind of stuff. It's really interesting. Hello, any other thoughts from anybody else on that one? No. Okay, we go to the next one for safety fast. Do operators also use your expertise when verifying the effectiveness of the tools within their operation? Oh no, we covered that one. That was the one we talked about, but it's popped back up again. So we can go past that. The next one, the FRM support program of an airline includes an overnight sleep evaluation at a clinic. Could this tool discourage crew from reporting fatigue? I guess it could. Are there any thoughts?
I don't know the airline, but I guess you see it in two different ways. It depends on how it's being utilised and the management of it, and equally, as Sherry mentioned earlier, the culture within the airline, the safety culture, and also the just culture. If as an airline you're doing it to gain more information and support a crew member, I see that that's probably a positive thing. If you're doing it to try to discourage the use of fatigue, then it's probably negative.
Yeah, I think it comes back to whether we're using data for learning or as a stick to beat the individual with, I guess. Yeah,
I can answer that one, and I think that'll hinge on the next one about model algorithms and sleep conditions. So the models are assuming a healthy sleeper because the point of an airline using the models is to check the schedule. And they're checking to make sure that the schedule is not going to be unduly fatiguing to anyone who's going to be working it. That being said, you can adjust in our system the quality of sleep, and if it's sleep that's occurring out of phase or during the day, you're automatically decremented for that. But that isn't going to be able to account for if someone has sleep apnea or insomnia. And those are things which really the support program should encourage somebody to go and get a test, because if they have that sleep disorder, it's very easy to treat. It's very easy to work around. But that also means that their model is, they're not going to look the same. And particularly with something like insomnia, that really cannot be observed anyway as well as it can be self-reported. So this is something where, I'm going on to the last question there, you always want to use other tools. The idea is that you want to make sure that a model applies to the group, so that you aren't relying on, well, this one person is the one person who is capable of withstanding this terrible work schedule. You shouldn't be thinking that way. But then you also don't want to rely on the model to tell you everything. Human beings are not computers. You should always listen to what they have to say.
Yeah, sure.
Just to add to that, I think as well, individual factors are a key part for biomathematical modelling in the future. So I know that I mentioned again, there's that kind of future part, and I think that if you are able to utilise the biomathematical model and have individual models for individual people, I think that gives you a better overview of what your scheduling looks like. So if you're able to have a model which learns an individual, starts off as a baseline and then adapts, actually you can feed in a lot more information and get a lot better outputs. So I think that there is an ability that in the future you will have algorithms that will adjust when there are medical issues or different factors within an individual's life, children being born, different changes to circumstance. Each of these parts, I think, eventually allows you to build up a better overview of how not only you are dealing with the situation as an airline or as a business, but actually gives the crew members the ability to understand where they can mitigate that risk themselves. So I think there is something in the future where this will be, and probably in the near future, where this will actually be something that you can quite easily do.
Ian, it's interesting. I've been at a few events, even more general kind of safety events at the IATA World Safety Ops Conference in Morocco earlier at the end of last year. There was some interesting discussion about that kind of personalization element, and that the more an organization can seek to understand its staff members as individuals, the better it can manage risk. And when that's managed in the right way, in a sense, it serves as almost a more like a retention tool as well, because staff, we were talking interestingly in a panel at the EASA conference, there was some discussion about, from a staff perspective, there's so many things we do in our lives where we have a personalized experience, whether it's Netflix, our phones, all of these things, and our relationship with our employer in the workplace was almost discussed as like the last bastion of a place where we treat everybody still as individuals, and there's so many possibilities for change, and maybe that's one thing. Aviation, in fact, I know of quite a few people who've moved from aviation to rail after the pandemic, and say, well, they're actually seeing in the rail industry some steps forward in that sense much quicker than we are in aviation. And it's interesting to see whether there's other industries we can learn from.
I think an important point to that is if you have these individualized models, we're working on one certainly, but you need a method of getting that information back to the individual, because when it comes to the shared responsibility, the individual needs to know their own risk, and then the organization needs to understand risk that is across individuals. And so it does need to be a two-pronged attack, and that's always something that's going to be important, is remembering the individual is going to need to know their own risk level in order to individually mitigate it.
Yeah, and it was interesting, one of the examples that I heard at another conference was that kind of when you don't communicate that effectively, was the Chinese whisper, where the organization was working to collect data for all the right reasons, but by the time it got to a certain part of the frontline workforce, it had been turned into something it wasn't. And oh my goodness, they're wanting to know this so they can stop everybody from commuting more than 15 minutes. And the 15-minute city world then ended up being interfaced with this problem. And it was, I think it's kind of an interesting challenge, but really fun to debate. If we move on, we've probably got time for a couple more questions. So we've done that, Tom. We've covered the models algorithm, I think, quite well as well in that. When analysing a self-disclosed fatigue report, is using a bespoke modelling threshold sufficient, or should more factors be considered? I think we've talked quite well about the more factors you can use, the better, and it's not just one model that solves that problem. And then last question for Safety Fast, how the model measures an increment of workload after a nasty flight. Well, that's an interesting.
So, Santi, I can answer this by telling you that we have a workload database in our system that you can configure. So you can add attributes for crosswind landings and weight them using the NASA TLX scale. And that's used in our model to calculate the workload. You can create workload factors for pilots, then some airlines also for cabin crew, because they have completely different workload. So you have the ability to enter workload attributes, weight them, and that's what's used in the model to predict high workload. Now, some of our airlines are a little more advanced in populating that workload database, and they share it with other Safety Fast users, so they can use that as their basis to start their analysis with workload.
Yeah, so I was talking to head of cabin safety at the IATA conference. Actually, we're talking about particularly the impact of unruly passengers, right, and the impact of that on then the workload of cabin crew was an interesting debate.
Service on board or certain destinations.
Yeah, in fact, certain destinations was the other part of that discussion, which was an interesting one. Cool. So thanks particularly to our panelists. We can give them a round of applause. It was a really interesting end to the day. You want to come up, Sylvia, and we'll do a quick summary. Well, feel free to go and sit down and take a comfier seat.
Well, today we have had a great and insightful presentation and talks. We have heard about, in prime time, about the conclusion of the second FTL effectiveness studies. It will be published in May 2025, this year. But today, thanks to Irina and all the researchers and doctors, and you really have a lot of data and a lot of work ahead of you. You have a lot of your plates, so it's a good. Thank you very much, because you can share with you shared with us today some of the conclusion of this study. So then we went to the implementation of the disruptive schedule. You know, a very good presentation and very clear presentation coming from Irina and the rest of the speakers. How can we deal with appropriate fatigue risk management? It's not necessary to have a complete fatigue risk management system, but you have to do something. It's like the salt in the salad. Something is needed when it comes to fatigue. So, well, I'm winning the ideas. So then interesting panel discussion. We are in the war at work, you know, in the battle of field with operators, regulators, unions, crews. So it's really, really complicated to deal with this kind of things, because we are human beings, and fatigue is something not only related with relating to regulation and indicators, but also with the well-being of us. So this is really important. Please say something.
One thing I was going to add there was one of the things that we have lots of events, as you might imagine, in the EASA calendar, and a lot of them are nice. You know, we have lots of strategic panels and lots of kind of, you know, that kind of high level people from all sorts of different parts of the industry talking about problems and solutions. But one of the things I loved about the event we had last year in Vienna and now this one here is we're getting much more practical, and to an extent we don't have sometimes enough opportunities to get really practical. So I think that's been really interesting, and you know, people sharing experiences, and you know, we've had lots of really useful, you know, I've seen people in breaks kind of following up with people and different tips about problems people have to solve every day. I wonder what they were tipping forward. I thought they were about to break, but yeah, just how helping each other to solve these different challenges that we face. And certainly one thing to say from our side at this stage is we'll share the presentations as much as we can and put them on the event page. We have everybody's contact details, both online and those who've attended in the room. So we'll make you aware as soon as everything's available. Also then with the summary of kind of the key points that came out of the different discussions. Actually, we did that after Vienna as well. And actually what we'll probably do is, rather than create another page, is update the page with the material that we have on the community site from Vienna with additional material, so that we kind of keep the same format and approach, rather than having solution 1 here and solution 2 there, to kind of feed those together. So yeah, I think it was interesting to see the discussion on the challenges, and then to follow up at the end. I think we had a great flow through the day that's kind of got more and more technical as we've gone through the day.
We start very technical with the research, with the conclusion of the second FTL effectiveness study, and we finish, with a lot of technical discussion about this predictive model. So it's like a cruise, you know, like a flight. So we start hard and we finish hard. So great.
And maybe one last thing that we haven't mentioned in the conclusions yet, but just to follow up from Micaela's flash talk, is the importance of engaging with the EASA rulemaking process throughout the process, from beginning to end, all the way from raising safety issues in the EPAS and the process for that, being part of, you know, engaging with the different steps in the rulemaking process, and not just at the end. I know the colleagues in the authorities who put a lot of effort into that process would appreciate that, as would Micaela and all of our team as well.
We are happy because we have some of our Spanish airlines already enrolled in some of these studies, such as Air Europa, and we have also some experts coming from other airlines and association participating in different expert groups. So this is really, really important what Micaela has said this morning, because we have to stay before and not at the end, you know, in order to make and to add up something really interesting.
Perfect, thanks. So I think we finished the day there.
Time has
Flown.
Yes, has flown. Tomorrow we'll be starting at 9 a.m. Okay, so
9 a.m., not 9 p.m.
No.
I know this is Spain and you like to do things late, but starting a conference at 9 p.m. is probably, yeah.
In Spain we have late schedule, you know? So the Italian is early, we are late. So, okay, 9 a.m. I hope you enjoy this afternoon. We've bought the SAM for the whole week. So it's now close to set. But okay, thank you very much and see you tomorrow. Same place, different hour, 9. Okay?
Thank you.